Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our General Council meeting on 25th of September 2025. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you to Pastor John Sefton as well for coming along this morning, and welcome to all our live streamers as well. So this morning we start with our item number 1, so recording who's present today. So that's confirmed, Marnie. And then we have our apologies and leaves of absence. So we don't have any apologies and we don't have any leaves of absence coming up. Now we move to our acknowledgement of country. So I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I pay my respect to elders past and present. Moving to item number 4 is our opening prayer, and welcome Pastor John Sefton. Thank you for coming along to do our opening prayer today.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be with you again. I know the local clergy appreciate it, and it's a good opportunity to meet the new councillors. Talking to Reece before, I realised that he and I share a Welsh heritage. My grandfather was a Welsh miner before he came to Australia, and I never thought my children would grow up working in the mines, but at least 3 of them have ended up working in the coal mines. And I was born and raised in Sydney. I mentioned this last time. And after I finished my studies, I worked with the federal government in Canberra for a number of years and lived in a number of New South Wales towns, and can confidently say that raising my family in Emerald has been a privilege. It's a great place to live, and I do thank the councillors for the work that they have done in doing that. Nearly 25 years ago, my wife and children went to Sydney to visit extended family, and it was the last day of 1999. We went to the New Year's Eve fireworks at Sydney Harbour along with about 1 million other people. It was a wonderful display, but you may remember that amongst all of those fireworks on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, there was one word written. Does anyone remember what it was? It was the word eternity. It's a strange word, and one wonders why it was there, and people were scratching their heads trying to figure out. I guess in a way it was trying to help us to think forward about how we could make the world a better place or our lives better. But there was a backstory to it as well. If you'd walked the streets of Sydney in the 1930s, 40s, 50s and so on, you would have come across the word eternity written on the pavement quite regularly. There was a gentleman who used to get up every morning at 5 o'clock, and he would go to various parts of Sydney, the CBD and the suburbs, and he would write the word eternity on the footpath in chalk in very elegant cop plate print lettering. No one knew who it was for about 20 years, and it was written, some would say, hundreds of thousands of times in different parts of Sydney. I saw it myself as a young fella. He was a man who came from an alcoholic family. His mother and his sister ran brothels. He served in the First World War. He came back and lived on the streets. He ate from garbage tins and he drank metho. One night he went into a church that was serving meals for homeless men, and he had an experience there. He became a Christian eventually, and it changed his life. But the word eternity was a word that had impressed itself on him, and that's why he did it for so many years. Documentaries have been done on him. I guess it was something that was making us think about the future, but at that particular time in Sydney, there was a real sense of hope. About the new millennium. I think you probably were aware of that. That somehow with the enlightenment of technology and science, we rise to above the experiences of the first century, or the last century, I should say, the First and Second World Wars, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Great Depression, and so on. It hasn't really worked out too well, has it? If you look at our own news every day. In the last 25 years, we've had the Twin Towers attack in America, we've had the Afghan war, the war in Iraq, the rise of ISIL. We've had the war in Ukraine and Russia, which could explode into anything. We've got the war in the Middle East now with Palestine, Israel and Lebanon that could explode into anything. We've got tensions in the South China Sea. Things haven't always worked out quite as well as they should. Last evening, some of our folk from the church were just having a study, and we were looking at some scriptures from the Old Testament. We read these words from one of Israel's spiritual guides at that time. It was a time of great turmoil in the Middle East. The Assyrian Empire was on the rise and its armies were about to march through the Middle East. And this spiritual advisor gave these words to his people. What does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Justice, mercy, and humility. I wonder whether there's some of the things that are missing from our world that's leading to some of the tensions that are with us at the moment. I wonder if at every level, personal, family, government, politically, nationally, internationally, if those kind of principles were more prevalent, that everything from family life to corporate life, even Woolies and Coles at the moment, internationally, the world would see much less tension and be a better place. Just some words that I'd encourage you to think about: eternity, justice, the love of mercy, and humility. Let me pray for you. Father, we thank you for your kindness to us. I thank you for these men and women who have given of their time to serve the affairs of the Central Highlands region. We thank you for the progress they've made in the past. I pray that you'll give them wisdom as they consider their plans for this locality. We pray that you might enlarge their vision. We pray that you might give them grace and wisdom as they make their deliberations today. We ask in the name of Jesus, our Saviour. Amen.
Yeah. Thank you very much, John, and thank you for those wise words. And it was lovely for you to remind us that the clergy do value coming along to our meetings, because we value having the clergy come along as well. And thank you for sharing the story about eternity. And what a beautiful way to remind us that that word actually does reflect the future. And also, I think the other word I picked up there, amongst many words that you said, was also the word hope. So hope and eternity, and it makes us realise or reflect, I guess, on the role that we play in instilling hope into the future for our region and planning for the future. So thank you very much, John. All the best. Thank you. Thank you, councillors and staff. We will move on to item number 5, which is confirmation of minutes from the previous meeting, the meeting on the 28th of August. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Newman, and seconder, Councillor Wilkins. All in favour? Thank you. So moving on to business arising out of the minutes. So nothing to raise. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 7, which is a review of the outstanding meeting actions. If anybody's got anything there that they wanted to add to the list or ask about at all. No, thank you very much. So moving on to deputations. Do we have any deputations today, Mr Acting CEO? So Neil, there's number 9, Meryl Minute, is Neil, and number 10, conflict of interest. And just a reminder, as we go through the agenda today, there's also other opportunities if councillors need to mention if they feel they have a conflict of interest. Petitions to be tabled today, Mr Acting CEO. Thank you very much. So nil petitions today. Now we move on to number 12, which is decision action reports. So the first report is item 12 point, I think on my agenda here I've got 12.1. Yep, 12.1. Oops, I've just got it open at the wrong page there. So 12.1, which is the Chief Financial Officer's area. So 12.1.1 is the monthly financial report, August 2024, and I hand over to the Chief Financial Officer, Mr Arun Diaz. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. In accordance with Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the local government must prepare and present a financial report at a meeting of local government once a month. The report must state the progress that has been made in relation to the budget for the relevant period of the financial year. In complying with the legislative requirement, this report presents the financial performance of Council for the period ending 31st of August 2024, measured against the original budget which Council adopted. I will now invite Helen Kirby, our Manager of Finance, to present the report in detail. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, CFO, and good morning, councillors. I will briefly just run through some of the key aspects of the results at the end of August and then take questions following that. So operating revenue and expenses are both below budget at the end of August. There was a significant timing difference in operating revenue due to the first half rates levy not being issued until the 3rd of September. This levy before discount represents revenue of just under $70 million. The budget assumed that the levy would be issued by the end of August, which is historically when the first half levy is issued. However, in order to implement the freeze in general rates through the use of a 0% cap, there were some modifications and testing required to be undertaken to the property and rating system in Technology One. And this did require a reasonable amount of effort and work by the rates team, which took longer than we anticipated. And, you know, it was important that we made sure the calculations were correct and the results were as expected. So that just delayed the issue by a few days. Operating expenditure is $5.7 million below budget at the end of August, and this is due to employee vacancies and the timing of spend on materials and services expenses. Total cash at the end of August is $95 million. During September, this balance will gradually increase through the receipt of the first half rates levy until it is due at early October. Interest revenue received on cash balances during August was $436,000, which is slightly down on the previous month where Council received $505,000. Debt stands at $69.2 million at the end of August. Council has no plans to undertake new borrowings over the next 10 years and is also considering the early repayment of some loans by the end of October using available surplus cash. Capital expenditure at the end of August is $4.4 million, representing about 5.3% of the total original budget of $83.8 million. When commitments representing purchase orders raised are included, this percentage increases to 39.4%. Of Council's business activities, only the airport and sale yards recorded operating surpluses at the end of August. The revenue for the waste business activity was impacted by the delay in issuing the first half rates levy, resulting in an operating deficit being recorded instead of the expected surplus of just under $3 million. The water utilities business was also impacted by the delay in the issue of the levy, as just under $6 million in revenue for sewerage charges expected to be recorded in August will not be reflected until September. During August, Council recovered $812,000 in overdue rates and water arrears. So this brought the total combined overdue property-related debts to $8.1 million at the end of the reporting period. Council's external debt recovery agency undertook a series of debt recovery actions during August, which included issuing 256 demand letters, 13 pre-judgment letters, and seeking judgment in the court in relation to 40 properties. Approximately 434 payment plans are in place, and interest is not charged when the terms of the arrangement are being adhered to. At today's General Council meeting, in a later agenda item, Council will consider a recommendation to issue pre-sale warning letters to the registered owners of 88 properties where some or all of the rates and charges have been overdue for at least 3 years. So that covers the key components of the report, and the recommendation is that Council adopts the August financial report. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions in relation to the tabled report and attachments.
Councillors, just before any questions, just wanted to draw your attention to page 71 of the report, where we have included just one of the scenarios in terms of the financial sustainability for Council, which has been discussed with councillors in a workshop, but you're happy to take any questions, councillors.
Thank you very much. Before I open the floor for councillors' questions and comments, I just want to say thank you very much to the team for all the extra work that you had to put into getting those rates notices out, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just open the floor for councillors. Any comments or questions? Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Helen, you mentioned that you were looking at paying out some loans. What are those loans, and what is the current interest rate on those loans?
Just through the chair, so we're still analysing the actual individual loan accounts, but they will be loan accounts with the higher interest rate, sitting around between 5 and 6%. And we've potentially identified we have about $10 million in surplus cash that we could use to pay down those loans.
Thank you, because I don't have any fear of debt. So I just, if we got, was it $10 million
Approximately.
surplus?
Surplus cash that we've
Surplus
identified
cash
that we've got
perhaps that
no
could be
other
spent
use
on
for.
roads.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Councillor Wilkins.
Through the chair, so I'm just looking at the water utilities. Is there a reason for such a huge sort of deficit, or?
Just through the chair, so as I mentioned in my overview, so with the water utilities, we also have sewerage revenue, so it's water and sewerage,
Okay.
and sewerage charges are levied in the first half rates levy, so there was approximately about $6 million revenue that we'd budgeted to be recorded in August, but it won't be reflected in the figures until September. So
Sorry,
that's the
thank you.
reason.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. I thought the water,
Yeah.
because I get a separate
No.
water bill, but I didn't realise it was water and sewage in one bill. So you mentioned in here that the rates would normally be, would it be at the end of August or the beginning of August? Sorry, I can't remember when I got my.
Just through the chair, traditionally towards the end of August. I mean, we do, each year we do try to get them out a little bit earlier in August, but it's traditionally the end of August because there's quite a lot of preparation involved in the first half levy, reflecting the new budget rate in the dollars, and also, you know, if you get a year where there's new valuations as well. So there's quite a lot of work to do. So we do aim to have it issued mid to end of August.
Because just the the budgeted year to date, it seemed like maybe do a lot of people actually pay as soon as they get it? Do they? Because it seems like because I don't.
Yeah. So just through the chair, because our accounting works on an accrual basis,
Yeah.
not a cash basis.
Yeah.
So once the revenue we recognise the revenue when it's not when it's paid, but when it's due. So if we levy
Right.
at the end of August, that's when we record or recognise the revenue,
Right.
and then the cash will flow through after that.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. I just have a comment and a question, if that's all right. I noted on page 71, actually going through the agenda items, was the scenario that you mentioned there, Chief Executive Officer. Chief Financial Officer. It was. I think this is the first time we've actually had a scenario like that put in. So I just wanted to say thank you very much that we are starting to reflect, and I suppose the future implications of things like the potential closing of Oakey Creek Mine and what that impact has on our planning for the longer term. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for that. It just helps us have a better idea of where we're tracking over time. The other question I had was on page attachment 1, which is the snapshot on page 86, the bottom right-hand corner, the capital expenditure table. I just noted in July there, the monthly budget and the capital expenditure was, I expect, the same. However, in August, the capital expenditure was higher. And my question is that reflecting the table on page 96, where the 2004-2005 capital budget versus actuals at the end of August shows the actuals plus commitments. So would that blue graph there, the blue line on that graph there for August be reflecting the actual plus commitments, that it would be higher?
That's correct, because it's including commitments, but if we only looked at actual, it would be lower. I'll actually make sure we amend that, the title, just to be clear next time in the monthly report what we're reporting on. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I was just thinking that must, the two must reflect each other, but thank you.
Just on that, Madam Mayor, the dotted line includes the commitments.
Yes.
But the non-dotted line is the actuals. But yeah, that's a good point. The title, the title probably needs to change. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. So if there's no more comments or questions, once again, thank you, not just for all the hard work with getting those rate notices out, but also thank you for another extremely comprehensive financial report for the month. So if someone would like to move the report. Councillor Newman, seconder, Councillor Burns, all in favour. Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you. So on the agenda, item 12.2, 12.2.1, there's nil reports for communities. So moving on to 12.3, commercial and corporate services. So 12.3.1, unconfirmed record of proceedings for the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting, 19th of August 2024, and I hand over to General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, and good morning, councillors. So the Airport Advisory Committee meets on a quarterly basis to provide a forum for engagement, consultation, communication with airport users, including the local business sector and the community. They meet to progress the future planning considerations and progress the airport as a facility of councils. I have with me Manager of Airport, Brian Griggs, and we're available to answer any questions that Council may have in relation to the minutes of the recent advisory committee held on the 19th of August 2024. And just a note and a correction in the officer's recommendation, the date should read as the 19th of August and not the 20th of May. So apologies for that, Council.
Good. Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, Brian, for joining us today as well. So if there's any questions or comments from councillors, just not wanting to put you on the spot, Councillor Donaldson, as the chair of the group, if there's anything that you particularly thought you'd like to share with us. Sorry, councillor. Oh,
yeah, we're on.
Yeah, thank you.
No, not particularly. I think everything's going pretty good there.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Craig might have something. So.
Yeah, thank you, councillor Hindmarsh.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just it's a correction, if I may. I apologise. Just on the conflict of interest section there, it's about the trainee pilot. That's my son, not myself. So that was all. But as far as the committee is concerned, look, yeah, we've got a few things in the pipeline that we've been discussing over time, but nothing of specific to speak about at the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sypher.
Thank you. Just a question about the terms of reference for the group. Is there still 3 community representatives on that? So is there currently 3 community representatives currently on the committee, or are you out for recruitment or?
So through the Chair, I know there's 2. I'll just
There's
double
2.
check
I
our
see
minutes.
2.
Yes.
I just couldn't recognise an apology or a, present.
I'd have to take that question on notice just to confirm the terms of reference in relation to the 2 or the 3, and then come back to council. We are actually, for the meeting that's scheduled for November, draft terms of reference will be taken to the committee to review the draft terms of reference, and then that'll be taken through strategy and briefing, and then to a future council meeting under our policy process. So we're in the process of currently drafting the new terms of reference, but certainly I'll take that on notice and confirm that with you.
Thank you, because it used to be 3, but I know that we hadn't, the previous term of council hadn't recruited the 3rd one. There was a resignation. But if you're doing a new terms of reference, that's fine. Just when the new terms of reference comes out, it's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Actually, I have got a comment just on the progress. I don't know whether it's appropriate. The progress of the Royal Flying Doctor Service building there. We had a meeting the other day with Derek Main in the architect and all that, and I have to say it's very exciting news. We have changed the design. The design was a drive-in push-out design, but they changed it now, so it's a drive-through design. So the planes just go into the shed, drive through. The ambulancing either, or the emergency service vehicle can come in and meet the plane directly, or go to the pod and do it that way. I'm just trying to remember. I think it's the start date of that will be early next year with completion in, I think it's 9 months, wasn't it? I can't quite remember the dates, but yeah, it's very exciting news.
Through the chair, yeah, the anticipated works, there's multiple works involved with both through CHRC with funding through CIF, as well as Rotary providing funds, and also RFDS providing funds also through CIF. Yeah, so there's multiple targets for the different aspects of it. The building works, they're hoping to commence soon after Christmas to do some of the landside works. The design of the apron side of it is about to commence, and that should be ready by end of Q3 next year. And then that'll allow us to go through to construction, which hopefully will be around about Christmas time next year. So it should be fully functioning about Christmas time next year.
Very good. Yeah, thank you for that update. And it is a very exciting project, the RFDS Patient Transfer Hub out at the, I think, is it hub or centre?
Through the chair, yeah, it is a hub.
Yeah.
Yeah, so whereas at the moment, basically almost all of the passengers on RFDS and also on the helicopters go from Emerald. There's very, very few that come into Emerald unless they need a bit of stabilisation in flight. The anticipation is that once the hub is there, it'll give them the opportunity to come in from further afield, and then they can use Emerald as a stabilisation point before moving on further.
Yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely critical service, and one I think that everyone is behind, and we thank the Emerald Rotary for leading that project. So thank you. I did have one question, if that's all right. On page 102 of the agenda and page 5 of the minutes, the table that reflects the passenger and parking numbers, I was just wanting a clarification on the PAX, the PAX. That means people? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, that's the acronym used in the industry for passengers for regular public transport, in other words, through the airlines. Yep. Correct.
Thank you. And I just noted that, thank you for this graph. It's wonderful when you've got the historic and to compare with. And it's interesting that both for June, there's been a little dip down in numbers for both the parking and people. Do you know what might be the reasoning? Obviously, less people, less parking, but has there been something that's happened in that month?
Through the chair, there's nothing specific. You get a little bit of fluctuation, and even the fact that there's only 30 days in June has a small impact. But overall, the numbers are continuing to increase. We had 212,000 passengers through till the end of financial year last year, which is better than it's been for many, many, many years.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I could see even with the little dip, it's still higher, and I just couldn't see a little dip at June in the previous years. So I was just wondering. So thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it, and congratulations for the comprehensive meeting minutes as well. So if there's no, sorry, Councillor Wilkins, sorry.
So just further that, so the last week in June is the school holidays, so maybe that might have something to do with it. So in the previous, in June, July 21, there's a bit of a dip in that, seems like in that week as well, or 2 weeks. Just look, just a question, can I possibly close that door? I think the music's, no? Okay.
Thank you. Just moving on now to request for mover and seconder for the minutes. Mover is Councillor Hindmarsh and seconder Councillor Newman. Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Thank you.
Just through the chair, could perhaps we ask for the music to be turned down slightly? I don't know who's got the music. No, that's not going to happen.
Thank you.
Is it down?
Thank you. Good. Now moving on to item 12.3.2, which is our unconfirmed minutes. Sorry. Sorry, just to make sure, we had our mover was, for that last report, was Councillor Hindmarsh, and our seconder was Councillor Donaldson, and we did all in favour, so we can do that again. All in favour. Move motion. Thank you. Thank you, Marnie. So moving on to item 12.3.2, unconfirmed minutes, Audit and Risk Committee meeting, 23rd of August 2024. And again, hand over to our General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, the Audit and Risk Committee is established as required under the Local Government Act and has the responsibility to review Council's draft unaudited consolidated financial statements prior to the commencement of the external audit on the 26th of August. I have with me Manager of Governance, Millicent Bradley Woods. Should Council have any questions relating to this report?
Any questions or comments from councillors? Any of the members of the committee? I guess I was just to clarify, on page 111, just to confirm under the financial reporting, where it states that the purpose of the unaudited draft 2023-24 consolidated financial statement. So the purpose of that report, the report was to be presented at that meeting prior to the commencement of the external audit on 26th of August 2024. So I don't know if there was anything else to add to that.
Through the chair, there are a number of matters that were covered as part of the report on the draft consolidated financial statements. They were covered as part of a briefing from the Manager of Finance. The Manager of Finance did convey to the Audit and Risk Committee that the new Financial Management Sustainability Guideline 2024 version 1, which had been issued by the department, had been reflected as part of the consolidated financial statements, and that increased the reporting requirements from 3 to 8 as part of those consolidated financial statements. In addition to that, with respect to the financial performance and position for the year ended the 30th of June 2024, the Statement of Comprehensive Income reported a draft operating surplus for the year ended 30 June 2024 of 5.649 million and a draft net surplus of 12.710 million after inclusion of capital items. In addition to that, as shown in the Statement of Financial Position that was communicated at the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, there was an actual cash balance as at the 30th of June of 112.274 million, including term deposits, and this compared to a budget forecast of 86.502 million. The other key matter that was noted was in relation to the total value of property, plant and equipment. Within that item, the total value of property, plant and equipment was 1.753 billion as at the 30th of June 2024, which was a net increase of 64.707 million from the previous financial year, and that reflected a continuous improvement in Council's approach to asset revaluations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that update. Councillor Cypher.
This is probably a bit trivial, but in business items number 6 on the agenda of the minutes, a business rising out of the minutes, the recommendation in relation to the term of appointment for independent external members was based upon the New South Wales legislative benchmarking. Is there no Queensland benchmarking, or is it irrelevant, or why was a New South Wales benchmark used?
Through the chair, that was a comment that was made by Mr. Cheville, independent member, that Mr. Cheville asked to be noted in the Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes. Mr. Cheville's wanted it to be made clear that his recommendation in terms of the previous Audit and Risk Committee charter, and then in particular the term of the independent members under that charter, was 4+4. As councillors will recall, when council resolved to adopt the Audit and Risk Committee charter, it was agreed to follow the Queensland Treasury Audit Committee guidelines, which have the maximum term of 6 years, being 4+ up to 2.
Thank you. I just wanted the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, probably just further to that, at the time, the Queensland Audit Office was obviously going through and, you know, I guess reassessing what the definitions of independent members are, and so there was probably, you know, Mr. Chevelle was probably looking at that, you know, continuity, and there was sort of a little bit of up in the air at the moment at that time with regards what the independent members look like. But yeah, we obviously as a council decided on the 3 and 3, so you still had continuity, but you also have the ability for fresh eyes and so forth. And then the other thing of note, probably from that meeting, was just having a look at those finances and looking at that, the 9% growth in some expenditure, and just looking at that in a little bit further detail. So they were probably the 2 notable things from that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. So without any more comments or questions, we'll ask for a mover and seconder for our unconfirmed minutes Audit and Risk Committee meeting 23rd of August. We have a mover, Councillor Cruz, seconder, Councillor Wilkins. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.3.3, amended community consultation schedule 2024. Again, hand over to our General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knudsen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, this report is seeking to amend Council's resolution endorsing Council's community consultation meeting dates for 2024. It's noted in the background of the report and the discussion of the report in relation to the reasoning behind the request for amendment to the resolution regarding the postponement of the Bluff and Dingo community consultation sessions that were originally scheduled for the 18th of September out of respect for the family and friends of the late Percy Honoré. This funeral took place on the same day as the 18th of September, and therefore, in consultation with community representatives, the council or officers are proposing for Thursday, the 31st of October, with Dingo at 9 a.m. and Bluff at 3 p.m. being the changes to those particular consultation dates. I open the floor to any questions.
Councillor Wilkins.
Hi, Carolyn, I was just wondering, is there any reason why they're so far apart, like 9 and 3 o'clock? Because, you've got other ones like, say, Claremont and Sapphire. I mean, they're like, 3 or 4.
We don't go to Claymont.
Sorry, Rubyvale, Claremont Rubyvale Road, sorry.
Yeah, it's only one location.
No, but there's 3 in that one time, and they're only a few hours apart. So from, like, if the meeting goes for 3 hours, that finishes at noon, and then, Bluff is only a short distance away from Dingo, so.
So my understanding, without the manager being present, she's currently on leave, Beck's currently on leave, but through the chair, in relation to the time frame, my understanding is that if there's a period of time allowed for the community consultations and then packing up those displays and then the travel and then the actual setting up of the display ready for the consultation in the afternoon. So the staff have to move between the 2 locations and have the same, I guess, display, etc. materials would be then transported between the 2 towns. It just allowed a little bit more time for the staff to then get to the location, set up and be ready in time.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. So in essence, we're bringing this back today just to change those dates for the Bluff and Dingo community consultations, really?
Correct. And we're also, also part of that recommendation is that Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the authority to amend the proposed schedule of community consultations in consultation with the Mayor. And that will simply make it more administratively easier to alter dates should, the dates and times not suit the community or Council, depending on the needs that are forthcoming.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? I'll put forward the recommendation that Central Highlands Regional Council 1 amends the Council Resolution 2024 006 to endorse the reschedule dates for community consultation forums in accordance with the updated community consultation date schedule as indicated on the resolution on the screen there. And number 2, delegates the Chief Executive Officer the authority to amend the proposed schedule for community consultations in accordance with the Mayor. Can I have a mover, please? Mover, Councillor Newman. Seconder, Councillor Burns. All in favour? All in favour. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you. So moving to 12.4, infrastructure and utilities. And the item is 12.4.1, project nominations for Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, Tranche 1. So I hand over to the General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The report today is with regard to the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, which is a federal government-funded program. The program will contribute up to a maximum of $5 million in Australian government funding for each eligible project. Up to 80% grant funding is available for approved projects located in regional and remote areas such as the Central Highlands. Successful design and construction projects are required to be completed design within 12 months and construction within 3 years, and construction-only projects are required to be completed in 2 years. Successful projects can commence approximately 12 weeks after the project submission date of the 30th of September 2024. Council officers have reviewed our forward program and presented eligible projects to the Strategic and Briefing Forum on the 11th of September. Following this discussion, council officers recommend an application be made for the replacement of 2 bridge structures on Fork Lagoons Road, one being a timber bridge at chainage 8.3 kilometres and another steel structure at chainage 9.0 kilometres. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Open the floor to councillors for questions or comments. Councillor Wilkins.
So just, I'm not familiar with the bridges on Fork Lagoon. I just know where that road is. So what sort of traffic is that servicing? So is it, because hubby was saying, like I was talking to him about it last night, he was saying that it goes to a property, is that correct? Or is it, is there more to it?
Yeah, through the chair. So Fork Lagoons Road is a relatively low order road. It is a rural road, gravel road, that does service some of our rural community. A number of properties have access through Fork Lagoons Road.
So what are the, say, I know I've heard the wooden bridge is a bit sort of dodgy, but there's a steel frame bridge that seems to be quite good. So yeah, so if there's 2 bridges, I mean, they would assume that there'd be a reasonable amount of traffic on both of them.
Yeah, through the chair. So the timber bridge, so the 2 bridge structures that we have identified as part of this program to be eligible for funding have recently undergone inspections. So we carry out inspections on all of our bridge structures periodically through a programmed inspection regime. There has been identified issues with both of these bridges. So one being the timber bridge currently has a load limit on it of 10 tonnes, which is impacting on operational efficiencies for the area. And residents that live down there were carting cattle and etc. out of that area. The other steel structure in the inspection identified a number of improvements needed and repairs needed to that bridge structure. In pricing the repairs to the bridge structure, it is, in our opinion, more beneficial to replace it rather than carrying out the repairs. And from an economy of scale under a joint contract, we would get better value for money for council.
Okay, I think the other thing is, so it fits in with the, sorry, I'm just trying to find the eligibility thing. So it would have an effect on like productivity and things like that. So there's, so it says here for one of the focus areas is productivity to improve productivity and efficiency outcomes through connecting and improving road networks. So that's
yeah. Correct, councillor. Yes.
Yeah, because I know the entry to Forks Lagoon Road is dirt. I just can't imagine that there's that much traffic. And so is it? Are the 3 bridges like adjacent like that along the river, or is it like the river curves around and then you've got one bridge there and another bridge here or something like that? That you require 3 bridges? I just find that interesting to have 3 in a small area like that.
Yeah, through the chair. So the existing road does traverse across a number of gullies, creeks that do require, these bridges require replacement. The timber bridge is basically non-serviceable, for want of a better word. changing the alignment of the road to reduce the number of bridge structures or changing the alignment is a significant investment from council that
Oh, yeah, no,
wouldn't be looking at doing in any time.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was suggesting. I just didn't realise, like, I'm assuming 3 bridges is across, you know, like, parallel as opposed to, you know, there's maybe the stream goes around a curve or gully and you have to have, you know, 2 or 3 bridges to traverse. Sorry, but it's 3 different areas.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
I would just like to say that I would like to offer support to this, both economic and upgrade for the waiting and the accessibility to that area. And I think it will improve the safety overall around that area as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, as mentioned previously with our strategic and briefing forum, there were a number of projects possible that would be eligible for this and fit the bill of the criteria with this grant funding. One of those was the construction at Capella Ruby Vale Road. I would actually like to see that included in the recommendation. The information given to us was, well, council has already approved a budget of 1.8 for that in this current financial year, and we can leverage that as our council's co-contribution, some of those funds being TIDs. So therefore, that's at no further impost to council's coffers if we were to put in for this grant funding. It was actually explained to us also that that project seeks to realign and improve site visibility and geometry along the Capella Ruby Vale Road for improved safety, realignment of road vertical and horizontal geometry. So I think that that's important. I think if we have raised issues where we've identified that there, you know, is safety improvements, compliance improvements and flood immunity and there's issues and benefits, I guess the question is, when is the most opportune time for council to do those works? And I think if we have actually fully already committed to the funding of the 20%, I think now is probably the opportune time.
Very good. So, Councillor Hindmarsh.
Through the chair, since our strategic briefing, I have travelled that Capella Ruby Vale Road on a regular basis over the last 30 years. I did make a point of going back across it myself in a truck just within the last week, as I hadn't done that in a heavy vehicle for quite some time. Considering it is now under permit to, and I'll stand corrected, but it's under permit to Type 2 road trains, I think that it is a huge or a major safety concern on my part with that section of road that we're talking about, and I believe that it warrants further consideration.
Councillor, if I can just respond to that through the Mayor. So the current approved through a permit system is a Type 1 road train, which is 2 trailers. So 2 trailers behind the prime mover. That is conditioned through the NHVR permit portal with appropriate conditions based on a report that was brought to Council in 2021 regarding opening the route up to Type 1 vehicles. So under the permitting system, Type 1s can travel along that section of road with a maximum speed of 80 kilometres per hour, except for where the speed limit is lower, obviously. They must travel must not travel during school hours, so between 6:30 and 9, and between 3 and 5:30. And obviously there's no approved stopping locations along that route. So to mitigate the risk, there was identified that this project that Councillor Cruz mentioned with regard to the alignment concerns, appropriate conditions have been put in place in the interim while either while the works were programmed or could be ongoing until those works were carried out. So.
Very good. Yep, no, please.
I did mean to apologise.
Yep.
There's just to add to what I've just the concerns I've already brought up with the heavy vehicles on that road. It adds to it with there is an increase of tourism traffic through there and as we are looking to increase our tourism overall throughout the region, I believe Gemfield is possibly an area that will see further increase. That road is regularly used by these heavy vehicles and tourism for the tourists alike. There was one key word there for me in the discussions that we had at the briefing, and that on this particular proposal, and that was safe. So I'll leave it at that point.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Seifer.
Thank you. I certainly agree with Councillor Cruz and Councillor Hindmarsh with the Capella Ruby Vale Road project. First of all, a clarification from Councillor Cruz. Are you suggesting both projects get submitted? Thank you. And really, until you travel a road in a truck, particularly towing a trailer, you have no idea how bad the roads are in this region. I think if there is an opportunity to include both projects, I'd like to see them both included. That Capella Ruby Vale Road is extremely dangerous. The whole roads, the bends and everything, we can't take them out, but it is a very dangerous road and it has a lot of traffic. There's been times when, and I'll declare a conflict of interest, my husband has a commercial truck, and there are times when he comes home and says, my God, I'm never going that way again. But that is about productivity and income and the rural sector. It's for tourism. That road has a lot of traffic. Fork Lagoons, if you've already got a detour around a bridge because it's unsafe, then it is unsafe. And again, it goes back to productivity. So I would very much like to see both projects submitted. We can't, and I was not at the last strategy meeting for these discussions, but we can't pull these sort of projects out of our capital works. If we've got them already in there, we can't be removing them. And I wasn't at the previous meeting, so whether that was suggested or not, I'm not totally sure, but I got the impression from this report that there might be something like that. So I would support both projects.
Thank you. Mr Acting CEO.
Oh, just to clarify, Councillor Seifer, I think you just said it in passing that you declared a conflict of interest. You don't have a conflict of interest. Yeah. I just want to make that clear. There's people probably watching online and whatever who might be expecting you to go through the formal process now. That's not a conflict of interest.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I guess further, I just wanted to, to definitely clarify that I'm suggesting that the Capella Ruby Vale Road be an addition to what is already being proposed, not a replacement. I think both should be put forward for a recommendation. And I guess, again, just clarifying that we have already got funds allocated in the budget that we can leverage to gain funds that we are not going to be at a further impost to council. And I guess I just sort of think that delay can sometimes be a false economy, in that when you put it off, it either deteriorates or the need becomes more, and often it can cost council more. And if we were to put in for this very same funding application either next year or the year after, and we've spent those funds that we've already put into this budget, we would then have to allocate another 20% to be able to, as a co-contribution. So whilst we may be having a back to basics approach, I think giving communities the roads they need and deserves falls into this remit, and I think this is one of them. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, General Manager, what are the funds in the current budget currently going to achieve on that road?
Yes, so through the chair, so the report that was presented to council in 2021, which indicated, following the recommendation, opened the route up to type 1 under the permitting system, had attached a heavy vehicle route assessment that was done on that section of road. It identified a number of improvements that were needed to comply with type 1 road train route, which included a number of widening of corners. So due to the geometry of the road, particularly between Claremont-Rubyvale Road and Rubyvale, windy sections of road, narrow road, the geometry under the current alignment with the type 1, they do have the potential to cross over into the other lane, which is why the restrictions are put in place around the appropriate restrictions around speed, etc. So the $1.8 million was a progressive program to start addressing some of those corners, widening of the corners that were identified in the report. So between Claremont-Rubyvale Road and basically around Boot and Kettle Creek, so that section there, so starting from the Claremont-Rubyvale end. The additional, so what was proposed in the strategic and briefing session was leveraging the $1.8 million, asking for an additional $4 million, which would allow us to continue progressively doing those widenings of those corners and improvements across Boot and Kettle Creek.
Yep. The next question I've got here is the funding in the future, the Safe Road funding, is it a yearly that has been extended year on?
Yeah, so through the chair, this is the first time that this actual program, being called the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, has existed from the Australian government. Previously it was 4 separate, I'll just get the 3 separate funds, and there's some new eligibility criteria. So there was 3 separate funds, which was the Bridge Renewal Program, which allowed you to apply for bridges. There was a Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program, which was the road train improvements and safety improvements around heavy vehicles, and the Safer Roads program as well. So 3 programs rolled into one program. All those funds are now in one bucket, which gave the government more flexibility in allocation.
Right, yeah. My next question is, I know this is crystal ball, but what are our ability to actually complete the task? What's our capability of completing this within the time frame if we were to take this on?
Yeah, so through the chair, the program does allow for eligible projects to be completed within 3 years if it's a design and construction project. We have this designed already, so it allows us 2 years for construction. In terms of prioritisation of projects, the adopted budget by council, the indicative adopted budget which was adopted in June, has an $83 million capital program for this financial year, an $88 million capital program for next year, and a $60 $4 million program for 26-27. So by adding an additional $4 million to next year, that would take that up to an indicative $92 million, and may require some significant reprioritisation of projects if council wishes to continue to bring that capital spend down.
Yeah. But our capacity to actually get this completed, would we be, in essence, by adding this to the capital works program, bumping something else just simply because of our capacity to complete the works?
Through the chair, from a deliverability point of view, in terms of a road project in isolation, we have the ability to ramp up contractors, etc., to complete the project. The overall program, and financially, can we afford to continue to spend $90 million on capital programs, is a separate discussion that will obviously go through a budget process.
Yep. Another question I had was, with the Fawkes Lagoon Road, you mentioned that had been assessed through a regular assessment process. I'm assuming that this Rubyvale Road and other roads in the region have also been assessed. The Rubyvale to Capella Road, is it the next most important road to be completed?
Through the chair, so our road hierarchy system does have Capella Rubyvale Road as a fairly high in the hierarchy. It is one of the highest categories. In terms of regular regime, so road inspections separate to bridge inspections. So you have a bridge inspection regime, which specifically has inspections of bridges, which are defined inspections. Our road programmed inspections are more general, travelling the road on regular occurrences, depending on the hierarchy. So different regimes for different types of asset classes.
And following that question, are there other roads that are, like a lot has been spoken about as far as the safety of this road to go? Is there a hierarchy of safety on our roads? Are there other roads that are more dangerous, for want of a better term?
Through the chair, that depends on what criteria you use. So in this context, we've used the criteria of the heavy vehicle road assessment. Obviously, we have a number of other roads which are high in the hierarchy as well. Glenlee Road, for example, which is a continuing progressive seal approach rather than addressing deficiencies on an existing network. So depending on what criteria you use, you'd come up with different projects.
And finally, the 1.8 million that would be the council contribution is already in our capital works for this year. The Rewan Road and the Glendon Road are also within this scope. Do they fit the same criteria? Are they already have capital works spending on them that could be turned into council contribution?
Through the chair, sorry, with regard to Rewan Road.
So on the resolution, the Rewan Road and the Glendon Road are both also mentioned with Fawkes Lagoon and the Capella Rubyvale Road. I'm looking at page 119.
Through the chair, so those two projects which were identified at the strategic and briefing session, the council contribution would be in addition to.
So only the Capella Rubyvale Road is in the position where we could turn that already budgeted council funds into the council contribution through this fund.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think Chris asked most of the questions I want to know anyway. So there is a budget in, there is money already there for this road in the current budget. I can't remember.
Yeah, through the chair, the $1.8 million is in the current budget.
And was there a reason it wasn't suggested with Falkland Lagoon Bridge?
In the
For this
recommendation?
report? Yeah, it was a reason wasn't recommended, or?
Yeah, so through the chair, the recommendation and I guess the discussion was around affordability for council with an existing $88 million capital
within
program
that capital
already
program.
identified for next year.
Okay. Well, I think it's, we're already spending money and doing work there. I think that work will just change a bit, I think, from what it sounds like. So. Okay, thank you.
Good. Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you. So essentially the safety issues are to do with, because you want to sort of allow larger vehicles to do the road? Sorry? Yeah, for the larger vehicles. So currently those vehicles aren't able to use the road, is that correct?
No, so through the chair, prior to 2021, they weren't allowed, so there was no road trains allowed on the Capella Rubyvale Road.
Okay.
We undertook a project to identify what the restrictions were on that road. We had the safety report done, which identified that the risk could be mitigated with appropriate conditions, which is what was presented to council in the report on 2021, which identified those conditions that I spoke about before in terms of speed, restriction around school hours, and appropriate stopping locations. So we did open, so under the council resolution of August 21, we approved the route to be used by type 1 vehicles up to a maximum of 36.5 metres with the appropriate conditions and permits in place, with the understanding that there were some deficiencies on the road which would be addressed at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like, do you have or is it in here, do you have a report on the actual areas and things like that and what is required? Because I did drive on, I was in Moranbah on the weekend for markets, and one of the ladies that was there has a property on that Capella Rubyvale Road, and she and her husband drive on it regularly, and she hasn't said that there's any issues. And I did drive along it on that weekend, and with my husband, who's done a lot of driving, as have I, but not trucks, admittedly, or not that sort of weight. And the road, certainly compared to driving down from Moranbah through Cotherston Road there, which was a bit of a white knuckle ride, the road conditions on the Capella Rubyvale Road, I can understand why if you have a massive truck, but if you're driving to conditions, it seems a very good road. There's no disintegration. I didn't see any disintegration on the sides of the roads. I didn't see potholes. I think the Carbine Creek Bridge looked like it had potholes, but they were all filled in with, it was probably 20 or 30, but it was filled in with bitumen or tar or whatever. The Teresa Creek Bridge, I think probably the guardrails might, seem to be the issue, but it was a fairly sort of straightforward drive. And one of the reasons I kind of do know that road is, I have released animals from rehabilitation and things like that too. So I know I'm the least road person here, but I have driven that one a little bit. So as far as hierarchy, I just sort of wonder if there's other areas that can, and also, as Joe sort of asked, sorry, Councillor Burns, you sort of recommended in that previous meeting that this one isn't really necessary, and are we spending beyond our means?
So through the chair, just to address, hopefully address some of your questions there, councillor. So the report identified a number of vehicles travelling along the route. So obviously cars have no issue. Even single unit truck buses, which are about 19 metres, have no issue. B doubles, which are about 25 metres, have no issue. When you go up to a road train of about 36 metres. That's when the rear trailers start going over the centre line around the curves because of the road width. So in terms of from a normal travelling perspective, the road is safe and compliant. By the resolution in 2021 when we opened up the route to allow road trains on the route, it triggered the need for us to consider future upgrades to be compliant with the type of vehicles that we had on that route. If we had have left which I must say was at the request of the industry for us to open that route up in 2021 through heavy consultation with the industry, it was a restriction for them not being able to use it. So which is why we undertook the study and put the appropriate conditions on. If we hadn't have opened it up, none of this work potentially would need to be progressed with such within the program. So by opening it up, we've I guess, either continue on with the current conditions that we have under the permitting system, which we consider address the risk in the interim, or we can do the upgrades and remove the conditions.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Through the chair, I've talking myself and Councillor Holmas went out and had a look at the bridges out at Fork Lagoons, and with discussion with Jason, I think that's really probably money well spent, because do it now and it'll be done. It'll be right for the next 50 years. We did have concerns on, and there is actually 3 channels, so a lot of water comes down that creek. I wouldn't say often, but it does. Therefore, it's just the way where the road's routed. There's 3 channels. That's why there's 3 bridges. 2 of need repair. Going back to the Rivervale Road, I do have an MC licence, and I do drive along that road occasionally in a road train, especially between the Claremont turnoff and Rivervale itself. It's very windy, and if you go out and have a look at it, the surface actually is a very good surface. When they built it, it was well built. But if you go around every corner there, because the corners are quite sharp, you can see where the trailers have actually gone off the road because the road's not wide enough. I haven't actually met another truck along there, and I don't really want to particularly meet a truck along on one of them corners, because some of them are very sharp. Most people who drive along that road do know to slow down, otherwise you will maybe turn it over. But if you go and then take photos or something like that, you can see where the trucks have been cutting, and therefore it's starting to get a bit of a ledge where the trucks are, because they're so sharp, the trailer drags in to the inwards part of the thing, therefore it will go off the road. And that's the main part of it, and the rest of it's actually in pretty good condition. But I can see if you were just having body trucks or single trailers, it wouldn't be a problem. But because it's road train rated, there is actually a problem, and I believe it's just a matter of time before there will be an accident there. So I do recommend that the council do both them projects, the Capella Rivervale Road and the Fork Lagoon bridges. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
So with the Rivervale Road, with this construction, that'd only be the corners. There's no other realignment of any sort.
So through the chair, it does include a slight increase. So with the report also identifies some visibility issues approaching Boot and Kettle Creek. Yep. So there's an upgrade of that floodway, which lifts it slightly to allow for visibility to see through that creek there. So curve widening and it's slight immunity improvement to Boot and Kettle Creek, which will allow for it to be compliant.
Okay, so all the construction would be based around Boot and Kettle? Or what
Yeah, through the chair. So between Claremont Rubyvale Road and Rubyvale.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just to go on with that, so that's going to be around the windy section that's near Rubyvale? That's the main area there?
That's correct, councillor, yes.
Okay, cool,
Through the chair.
thank you. Yeah, certainly when when we were driving there, there was very little signage, so even in my car, it would have been, it wasn't hairy, but it would have been good, because, I'm a rally driver, but it would have been good to, have the arrows around the edge and things like that to indicate that it's going to be a bit of a sharpish turn. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. So the suggestion at the strategy meeting, which I wasn't at, so I do apologise for that, all 4 projects were to be postponed to future funding rounds. Was that suggested to keep the capital budget down?
Through the chair, in terms of prioritisation, given we already had an existing $88 million capital program identified for 25-26, it was suggested to not include any projects. However, following that, with additional information made available to me, I did come back to councillors with the suggestion or the recommendation that, given the condition of the Fork Lagoons timber bridges, that they be included as a eligible project to submit.
Thank you. Now, I'd be hypocritical if I didn't say that I certainly have always objected to going beyond the adopted capital works program. However, and I still stand by that, but this council is always going on about back to the basics budget. Now, back to the basics means something different to everybody. And I think we need to, as a council and a organisation, need to determine what the definition is of back to the basics. Because for me, back to the basics actually means roads is one of them, and safety across everything and anything is a must. So I think there would be other projects that I would not, within the budget, that I would not determine as back to the basics, which could probably be removed to keep the capital project budget down. So I'd like those discussions to be had in the future, in the very near future, with councillors, and if they're obviously already happening at an ELT level, I'd like councillors to have that discussion as well at this early stage and be more part of back to the basics when we actually find out what everyone means and what everyone wants with back to the basics, because I think it's very hard. It is absolutely hard when you're sitting here and you're just being given these limited projects for grant money, and we all got our regions that we're passionate about, and we all want those projects to get up there, but we've got to stick to something. We've got to understand what that something is. So for this is safety. And I truly believe that roads and safety are back to the basics. So I would strongly recommend both these projects be put in at the moment, and something else may have to get slashed. So thank you.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. I have no objection to any of these changes, but there is only so much capital works that the organisation can deliver. We've got a 10 million carryover from last year that wasn't able to be delivered, and if you look at back in history, there's only so, typically every year there's only so much that this council has capacity to deliver, and that's the case in every council, contractors or not. pretty much doesn't seem to make much difference. So, yes, prioritisation is important, and it is difficult when you get in isolation projects to look at when it's not budget time, when you don't have the ability to prioritise across the budget. Of course, we've got BR1 coming up, the budget review, mid-year review coming up, and certainly we'll be speaking with councillors about that soon. But you know, the capital works budget does need to be deliverable. I think it makes for better planning and better outcomes for everybody. And the last thing you want to be doing is telling the community that we budgeted for something we're not able to deliver it because of capacity constraints. So I will take that on board. And in any case, to be honest, we're very close to coming back to council with a range of things as would normally be the case in the budget review.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Hindmarsh.
If I may, just to give a little bit further background from my experience with this particular road that we're talking about, and it might help with the councillors that with a bit further information, and this is from my experience over the last 30 odd years in the area and travelling that road in all makes and models and various configurations of trucks, cars, and everything else. The opening of that road to Type 1 road trains will have definitely relieved the pressure coming through town with those types of vehicles, purely because of a lot of the traffic, the livestock traffic coming from the west that is heading to Abattoir in Mackay. They now travel through there instead of coming through town. Also with traffic travelling to the south to the feedlot and company-owned properties to the south of our region, typically along the Tambo Road. Those vehicles are now travelling through that road instead of coming through town, which I believe is albeit they are still travelling through the communities of the Gemfield communities. However, it is it's a far easier, logistically, it's a far better route for them to be able to travel through that way than to be coming through Emerald and then Springsure. And for as far as for maintenance of the road, I believe that this amount of money on that road to increase the safety and for these vehicles to travel that road in conjunction with tourists and other smaller traffic, I think this is a small spend to bring it up to a higher compliance level. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
I'll have another lash. Through the chair, I just probably just wanted to point out that this being Type 1 under permit is probably the more and more we're doing our road maintenance, our road upgrades and everything, it's more and more it's looking like the anomaly. So we were talking about the loss of productivity and so forth with regards to the restrictions on Fork Lagoon roads and the restrictions on those bridges. So without having these Type 1 and the ability for them to commingle with other road users, does exactly that. There is a loss of productivity and so forth without that. The road is also used as a back road whenever the highway is closed. So that puts more traffic onto it as well. And I guess there's probably been identified a number of other sites that we could, down the track, as we progressively do this, the 4 additional sites needed to achieve the Type 1 road train capacity without those permits. We can be working on those as we go to improve the road network. Just further to the risk of failure to delivery, as presented to us on the 11th of September at our strategic briefing, it was actually put in as a low risk of failure to delivery. So that was actually one of the reasons that, and, you know, a bit of a tick with regards to this project as well. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, General Manager Houlihan, am I right in reading that we have 3 working days left to put submissions in for this round of funding?
Through the chair, so yes, submissions need to be done by the 30th of September. That would be able to be achieved.
That is achievable?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. No.
And if I can just, through the chair, just respond to Councillor Cruz's comment there, that low risk was obviously a project in isolation deliverable, not holistically across the whole program.
Good, thank you. Councillor Newman.
Sorry, I've just got, Councillor, through the chair, Councillor Hindmarsh's comments made me think of a different area. So if we open the accessibility more on the Ruby Vale Capella Road, do we lose the potential of opening up the highway structure for that second inland highway through Emerald itself?
Through the chair, so the route along Capella Ruby Vale is already a type 1 under the permitting system. My understanding currently, we're yet to see the full brief of the inland freight route, which is from Mungandai to Charters Towers. My understanding of the initial intent was for that to be a type 2 route, which would still be through the Gregory Highway.
Good, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify. My couple of questions, I guess. So just to clarify that the project for the Capella Ruby Vale Road, so that was that $1.8 million is already scheduled for this financial year in the capital projects?
Through the chair, the $1.8 million is
already scheduled for this
correct.
year?
Yes.
Yep. And then just to check that the Fork Lagoons Timber Bridge project is scheduled in the 25-26 financial year?
Yes, so through the chair, the project has been designed, so council has funded the design in this financial year, and the construction would occur in next year.
Yeah, good, thank you. And also to note that the design has already been done for the Capella Ruby Vale Road because it's for construction. And that I just wanted to clarify with the Rewan Road is design and construction, along with the Glendon Road, and they're both scheduled in the 25-26 years as well.
So through the chair, so the recommendation is not to proceed with funding applications for those programs, for those two, and they will be, they are projects that will be programmed in future years, and we may seek funding through other rounds if appropriate, based on reprioritisation of the program.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we know, like if you've identified these 4 projects, that we definitely know where the Rewan and Glendon Roads sit in that, I guess, priority list. I just noted that both the Fork Lagoon Timber Bridge and both the Capella Ruby Vale Road both had the design done and they're ready to construct, and that the Rewan and Glendon Roads, the design and construction is to happen. But just to clarify, they're not in the 25-26, but a bit further out.
Yeah, so through the chair, those 2 projects, along with Fork Lagoons and Capella Ruby Vale Road, have been identified by council previously as only to proceed if externally funded. Okay. So they'll keep on the list of projects that we will, when an eligible funding round comes up, we will reconsider those projects to be put in for future rounds of funding.
Yeah, okie dokie. So just to clarify, the $1.8 million for the Capella Rubyvale Road is already in our budget this year, and because of identified safety reasons, that the Fork Lagoon Timber Bridge Road, you are now bringing that forward to request that that $325,000. We need to find that to add to our capital works budget for this financial year. So that's the request that I think we're all coming up with. Coming back to our discussions,
If I can, Mayor, just to clarify, this is all contingent on successful applications. So if the applications aren't successful, there'll be no change to the program.
Yeah, very good, thank you. So just to clarify that for an
through the chair. So I was just going to, can we put forward an amendment to include the Fork Lagoons, Timber Bridges and the Capella Rubyvale Road as the resolution to be put to council?
So Councillor Cruz, you're moving for the amendment to the motion.
Yes,
so if we can construct that, which I think Marnie has already put that up there. If there's a seconder to the motion, Councillor Cypher, if there's any more discussion about the amendment. Okay, so we can now proceed to see who supports the amendment. So we have councillors. I'll get this right now. So we have Councillor Cypher, Hindmarsh, Cruz, Donaldson, Newman, Whiteman, Burns, and myself will support, and Councillor Wilkins.
I'm not against. I just no, I know. I know which all comments against. But what I'd like to say is that I just would have liked more discussion about this behind the scenes, so that I had a more informed decision to make. I mean, I'm quite happy to go for it, but I'm just going to say neither for nor against at this point. Just as I said, I just wanted more discussion beforehand rather than here.
So we're putting the motion. Councillor, are you for? No. Oh, okay. So Councillor Wilkins is voting in the negative. A majority. So motion carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we're ready to break for or adjourn for morning tea. So councillors, if we'll want to be back by. Sorry. What have I? Yeah, we didn't. We just voted.
We need to vote on the amendment. That's right. Just put the motion down.
Sorry. So, sorry. Going back now, I thought we had. Yeah. Okay. So I'll read out. Sorry, my apologies. That the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the following projects to be progressed to application for funding through the Safer Local Roads Infrastructure Program. So that it now includes the Fork Lagoon Timber Bridge, and as well as the Capella Rubyvale Road. Further, if the applications are successful, Central Highlands Regional Council will commit to the inclusion of required funds in the financial years in which the projects will be delivered, inclusive of any project costs deemed ineligible by the funding body. So do we vote again? Okay, sorry. For the amended motion. Oh, sorry, I thought we were doing that, but okay, we had.
This is the motion.
This is the
The amendment has become the motion.
the amendment. Okay, thank you. My little procedures, I've got to amend, obviously. Mover, councillor. Oh, sorry. Just going back for clarification, that if there's any other discussion about the amended motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you need a mover and a seconder first.
Mover. Mover, councillor Cruz. Seconder, councillor Sofa. Now we can discuss the motion again.
I'll reserve my right till the end to speak to it if needed.
Okay, thank you. So, councillor, anybody want to speak against?
Do you need somebody to speak against if we need somebody to speak for?
All right.
Okay.
Those are right.
Okay, putting it to the vote. So, okay, councillors for the motion? Okay, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for adjourning for morning tea, and we will be back at 5 past, Marnie? Do you reckon? We'll re-adjourn at 5 past 11. Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. Welcome back to our General Council meeting today. We apologise, we're just 5 minutes late returning back, so thank you very much. So to resume our agenda items, we've got item number 12.5, which is people, safety and legal. So 12.5.1, so there's nil reports. And then we're moving on to item 12.6 for the Chief Executive Officer's area. So handing over now to our Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ross Musgrove. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The report is a standard report that would come to Council every year about the close down period for the office. This year we have, so it'd be, the report details what offices that is, I should say. The report details what days are proposed. We've got a very, where Christmas falls on a Wednesday this year, we've got the Monday and the Tuesday, we have the Monday and the Tuesday that are a bit funny, I guess, and we've had a discussion about it at ELT. We don't think there'll be many staff working those days if we were open, and if they were, they may not necessarily be concentrating. We typically don't get a lot of demands for service on those days. So we're proposing to close on the 23rd, 24th, 27th, 30th and 31st, having considered all of those things, and for normal business to resume on the 2nd of January. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hindmarsh.
Through the Chair, if I may, and this may already happen, or just after some clarification, in case of an emergency situation such as a fire in an area, are there clear contact details for equipment, or if we need a water truck or whatever that's conveyed to the appropriate people?
Yeah, absolutely. There's all of those things are in place, and we'll have on-call officers over that period, and we can always recall people if required in case of an emergency, and that does sometimes happen with cyclones and things like that. It happens over Easter as well, so we're used to having all those things in place.
Councillor Cypher.
Just for clarification, is the closure period, do staff actually have to take annual leave for that closure period?
Yes, they do, and that would be their normal leave period, yes.
Councillor Whiteman.
I was just about to ask that exact same question.
Thank you. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. So in a situation, so you're suggesting the 20th of December closure till the 1st of January?
Sorry.
Is that right?
Until the 2nd of January.
Till the 2nd of January.
That's right, yeah.
So that's a fairly long period of time. So staff have to burn up, not all staff may wish to burn up their annual leave at that period of time. That's all I'm suggesting.
It is usual that at that period of time there'll be very high amounts of leave, obviously, because it's the Christmas period. There would only be 5 days, I think it is, for staff to take as actual leave. And I would say that it is usual that all government offices would be closed for that period, whether they state, federal or council would be ordinarily closed for that period.
So it's forced annual leave to be taken?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Whiteman.
But just for clarity, this isn't something new. This is assessed every year depending on when council falls, when Christmas falls during
It
the
always
week.
varies
and-
because of when Christmas falls, councillor, but yes, it's assessed every year by ELT.
Yep.
We make a recommendation to council.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. So just to, there's no more questions or comments. We'll move to putting the recommendation. So the recommendation is that Central Highlands Regional Council, 1, close Central Highlands Regional Council administration buildings and libraries from the period from 5 p.m. Friday the 20th of December 2024 up to and including Wednesday the 1st of January 2025, reopening on Thursday the 2nd of January 2025, and 2, provide appropriate public notices and telephone answering service to ensure residents and customers have an avenue for emergent matters during the period. So can I have a mover? Councillor Burns, seconded Councillor Whiteman, all in favour? So that's Councillor Wilkins, Highmarsh, Cruz, Donaldson, Newman, Whiteman, Burns, Moriarty 4, and Councillor Cypher against. Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Council, in the same Chief Executive Officer. So item 12.6.2, Council meeting dates 2025. So if there's any, over to our acting Chief Executive Officer again, Mr. Ross Musgrove.
Thank you, Mayor. The dates are put forward. They've been, of course, worked on by Marnie. There's a long history of putting together the dates for council and has way more knowledge than I do about the usual practice here. But if you can spot anything that you would think ought to be changed, then we'd be keen to hear it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkins.
Is there a January meeting?
Councillor Wilkins' January meeting has already been set by a resolution following the post-election, and so that's, I think, for the 22nd of January.
Yep. Sorry, thank you.
In the background of the report.
Yep.
Very good. Councillor Cypher.
I'd just like to have a discussion, whether it be today or at another time, about one council meeting a month. I thought we were trialling that. I have always sat with 2 council meetings a month, and some of those were very heavy agendas. I'm just not sure why there is not a heap of stuff still coming to a monthly agenda for council meetings. And I'd like to have a discussion around that prior to these dates being adopted. I just think we're assuming that we only need one. I know it was a recommendation put forward by the staff to make it more efficient for the staff, but I don't really think I got much information out of that report either. So I would like to suggest that this be deferred or laid on the table for the next council meeting, and have a discussion, whether it be in a strategy meeting or a workshop, probably a strategy meeting. But I think we need to discuss this.
Councillor Cruz.
Just through the chair, probably just on the back of Councillor Cypher's comments, I'm just wondering what the legalities are with timeframes for council adopting. Like, is there a time in the term that we have to actually adopt these if there is to, there isn't?
Yeah, there's no relevant time frame at play. I think we have to give 7 days notice of a council meeting, that's all. There would be no problem in deferring it to allow for discussion about whether you want to proceed with fortnightly or monthly meetings.
Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry. So you've got here that the council meeting on December 25 is the 17th of December. This year's one is a week earlier. Is there a reason for the difference?
Through the chair, when I compiled the dates in relation to where Christmas falls again, like it does this year, the 17th, there's still quite a time frame between the scheduled date and Christmas. So normally the council meetings are held at the moment on the 4th Wednesday of the month. We've just taken it forward to the 3rd Wednesday of the month so that the strategic and briefing forum can still be held on the 2nd Wednesday of the month.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Whiteman.
I'm happy to vote on these at this meeting. The one council meeting a month came to us as a recommendation for efficiencies, and the council meetings that we are having are certainly not onerously large. We seem to be, I can't imagine splitting what we're currently doing into 2 council meetings. I don't see where the efficiencies would lie in doing that.
Okay, thank you. So, any more discussion or comments?
I'd just like to understand what the efficiencies are. The word efficiency is a word. What is the actual reality of those efficiencies? And that I just need to do due diligence.
If one of the...
I'd like to propose that we lay this on the table pending more information till the next meeting.
So that's a procedural motion, doesn't need a second, so that just gets voted on.
Okay. Okay. So there's no other discussion now, it just goes straight to... Yeah. So we don't need a seconder, we can just put that to the vote. So, for those councillors, so it's moved to lay on the table by Councillor Cypher. So we'll put to the vote if councillors want to do that. Can you have a show of hands, please, who's in favour? We've got 3, and those against 5.
So it's lost.
So it's lost. Yeah. So we go back to the motion.
What was your vote, Janice?
I was happy to keep going with it, and if we're allowed to add anything there to Councillor Cypher, we were looking at trialling for sure. I just thought that we can still adopt the dates, and then we can still come back to a meeting to amend it if that's what councillors want. So, but currently, majority of councillors are wanting to stay with the monthly meetings. So we need a mover and a seconder for the original motion. Mover, Councillor Whiteman, seconder, Councillor Donaldson. And now we have our discussion. So we can have our discussion now. Councillor Cypher.
Oh, no, sorry.
Here. So if there's any discussion, Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think we can have a look at those, come back and reflect on the monthly meetings, but I'm happy to support this today, and we can always hold a meeting, whether it's a workshop or a briefing session or something, a bit further in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Has anybody got any other comments or questions about those dates that are there? I think I've only got one, which is for May, the meeting on the 28th. So it clashes with if I've got that right, it clashes with a local government Association of Queensland, LGAQ, 2025 Disaster Management Conference. So I think usually the chairs, which is the mayor for ours, and our deputy chair, which is Councillor Cypher, that we would be attending that conference potentially. So and our deputy mayor would be available, I think, to chair that meeting if we're not here anyway. So for me, I have no problem with keeping the 28th, if that's convenient. That was the only one I seen a bit of a clash for, and I also probably was looking at that December date as well. I think previously, because we've had fortnightly meetings, we had our December meeting on the second Wednesday of the month, and then we resumed our meetings on the fourth Wednesday of January. So so I just noted, well, it's the same probably period of time between, yeah, that was my only comments around the 17th of December meeting date. Okay, okay, sorry, Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just one more thing. So normally after when we have a council meeting at another site, is it normally a CRG afterwards or a community consultation afterwards? So I noted that the first community consultation is in Capella, and I've lost the page now. But we just recently had the meeting in Capella, like in August, wasn't it, last month? And then we had the community consultation afterwards. So so I think February is the Capella one.
That was this year was Charlotte.
Sorry, councillors, can we
sorry.
So through the
make sure that we're going through the chair for our discussions, please?
Sorry.
Through the chair, generally the Capella meeting is scheduled for a February date, but because of the local government elections, we were in caretaker mode, so we weren't able to do that. There was no community consultations were held during caretaker mode.
Thank you. Very good. So, so those dates as is, or that I'll put the motion again. So the recommendation is that Central Highlands Regional Council adopts the General Council meeting dates for 2025 as follows, which as listed there on the screen. So can I have a mover, please? Oh, we've got the mover. So we just have to have the vote now. So those in favour? Okay. So Councillor Wilkins, Donaldson, Newman, Whiteman, Burns, Moriarty, and those against? Councillor Cypher, Councillor Hindmarsh, and Councillor Cruz. Thank you. So motion carried. Okay, so moving on to item 12.6.3, Australian Local Government Association, or the ALGA, 2024 National Local Roads Transport and Infrastructure Congress. So handing back over to our Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr Musgrove.
Thank you, Mayor. The ALGA National Local Roads and Transport Congress is being held in the Margaret River in Western Australia from the 3rd to the 4th of December. This report is to determine if this council wants to send a councillor or councillors to attend that conference. It's a opportunity to gather with other councillors and people who use roads around who administer roads around the country. I don't think if I can recall, we don't have anyone representing available from our infrastructure team because of leave and other things on that date. So family requirements and such, but a councillor or councillors could attend. Over to the councillors.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I think, was this the one that the GM attended last year and provided a report back to council, which was really good, and I guess it's in the GM's remit. So as for, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Bowen Basin Regional Roads Transport Group, so obviously it's sort of something that I'm really, really interested in. However, it is a long way to go, and I don't think that there is the need for any councillors to go to something so far away. I think if there is knowledge to be gained, it can be gained closer to home. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cypher.
I fully agree with that. These conferences shouldn't be destination driven, and I just think the expense of this, I think councillors themselves have to stand up, and if you want to back to the basics budget, then I think we need to lead the way in that, and I will vote against anybody wanting to attend this in the council arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, Margaret River, wow.
Yeah.
What a destination. Is it usual, like as a first-time councillor, is it usual for our council to send somebody to this conference? And I don't even know who I'm asking because...
So I asked the question, and I think last year it was in Canberra. Is that right? And we did. Was it you that went?
Yeah, through the chair. So the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and myself went to Canberra last year for the conference. The previous year to that, it was held in Tasmania, in Hobart, in Tasmania, which is the Deputy Mayor and myself and Councillor Burns attended that in Hobart. There was a discussion at last year's forum around the continuation of the conference being based in Canberra as a central location each year. However, there was a lot of feedback at the conference around taking it around the region rather than being based in Canberra, which is obviously what the LGA has taken on board in finding another location.
That said, would it be possible for council to change this resolution? Would it be practical for council to change this resolution so that if councillors did want to go to this, they could self-fund, as long as it wasn't an impost on the council budget?
Yes, well, an amendment could be made that councillors could attend with self-funding. It would just require the wording for the amendment if you wanted to do that. Yep.
Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have been to one of these before a few years ago. It's a good conference, but I don't think it's really worthwhile for the councillors, not as much. It's more technical and a bit more industry type focus so it's good for the likes of Jason as a GM to go, but and maybe if we're seeking a lot of funding for the the mayor or the deputy mayor to go, but yeah, I don't think it's, I didn't find it as worthwhile as other conferences anyway, so.
Very good, thank you. So any other questions or comments? No, okay. We'll put it to the, I guess, well, what is our recommendation? Need a mover and seconder?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, oh, sorry.
So, through the chair, if a councillor wants to self-fund themselves to go somewhere, you don't need a recommendation for it. So that'd be pointless in doing that. You can just go organise it yourself and go. I mean, you don't need to amend this resolution for that.
Thank you, Councillor Seifer, Councillor Whiteman.
Unless attendance requires a resolution at a council meeting. Do attendees need to be endorsed or?
There's registration fees to be paid. You can see it in the breakdown of the report there, what the estimated total costs are. If you were to officially represent council, probably it would be better to have a council resolution, I think. I'm not sure, is there any voting that goes on? I've never been to this, one of these.
No, so through the chair, you obviously get a number of ministers and assistant ministers come and present based on Australian government policy and from both the current government and the opposition. Usually there's a number of technical presentations and then a function again where the dignitaries get to present to the forum as well.
Very good, thank you.
Does that answer everybody's question? Oh, sorry.
No, well, that answers that. I still don't understand why a resolution, if someone wants to self-fund themselves to go somewhere, then they're not going with the support of council. Like, council isn't funding them to go, so why is it a council resolution? They don't need a council resolution. Do you need a council do you need to have the support of a council for your registration, do you? That would be the only reason.
Or potentially...
If it must be non-council people must be able to attend the conference. So you, as an individual who wants to go, you must be able to just go and organise this yourself. I don't see why council would be having a resolution if we weren't funding it.
Yeah.
That's only just, I can't understand why we would have a resolution if our money wasn't going towards it.
Yeah. My only thought was if you endorsed, I suppose, self-funded, that they might be covered by liabilities or whatever.
But then again, that's the risk. Why would council want that risk if we aren't funding them to go?
Yep.
And I think it's a poor precedence to set to encourage councillors to self-fund themselves to conferences. I think that is a very, either we are funding someone to do it under our banner or we're not. And I think councillors should not be encouraged to self-fund themselves. Council should be encouraged to fund them, not the other way around. So I think it's a very poor precedence to set to have a resolution for councillors to fund themselves, because as time goes by and the next generation comes in, you've set a precedence. Oh no, councillors are self-funding themselves for that. I think you're setting a dangerous territory. Not dangerous if you want to do it, it's dangerous council putting up a resolution for a councillor to self-fund themselves.
Yeah. So
totally do not do that.
Okay. Yeah, I got your point.
Need some governance advice on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Seifer. Yeah, I understand your point there. And Councillor Newman. Oh, sorry, CEO, Councillor Newman.
Through the chair, I would think if Councillor Whiteman would like to attend the conference and we have no representation to that conference and there could be value in a report or something coming back, I'm not familiar with the conference. So I don't know if we only look at registration and councillors self-fund travel, or we actually support our councillor to learn more in the conference setting, given that we have no one else to represent us.
Thank you. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, I'd just like to clarify that the ability, my only thought with the ability to allow councillors to self-fund them, to self-fund attendance, is we are in the middle of an austerity drive within council. We are trying to cut back on out-of-pocket expenses, and there might have been councillors that did wish to attend this or any other conference, and I just didn't want to take the ability for a councillor who felt that this was important enough that they wished to self-fund, even if council didn't want to fund it, away from them. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. And there's also other options in there too of partially self-funding as well. So, but for the moment, I think that we're putting this, well, I don't know if it's, we're just putting this motion up that that no one's attending. This is that correct? So, and I guess for further discussion as well, if happy with that.
So we've just got a draft up there which just says the council notes the report.
Yep. Very good. So the motion then is that Central Highlands Regional Council. Sorry. Notes report. I just can't see that. Oh, yep. I'm there. Very good.
If we're sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, if the resolution is that we are not identifying any councillors to go, do we need a resolution at all?
Well, there's a report.
Yep. Right. No.
There's a report that has to be dealt with. So yeah, one way or another.
No, that's all right.
Thank you. So, so the resolution there is that Central Highlands Regional Council notes the report. So, a mover, Councillor Cruz, seconded Councillor Cypher. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So, moving to our closed session now, or not? We're gonna okay. Just to let people know that we've had a change in format. We're moving now to item number 14. The information report. So the first one is item 14.1 from the Chief Executive Officer, 14.1 Chief Financial Officer, sorry. Item 14.1.1, notification from Valuer General regarding the 2025 Annual Valuation Program, and handing over to our Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Chair. Councillors, the purpose of this report is to note the Valuer General's decision following on from Council's resolution on the 29th of May this year to not include Central Highlands Regional Council in 2025's land valuation program. I will now invite Helen, our Manager of Finance, to present the report in detail. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, CFO. Through the Chair. The Central Highlands Regional Council local government area was last included in the 2024 program, with the valuations effective for this financial year's rating calculations. So the recently issued first half rates levy reflects those land valuations that were issued as part of the 24 program. The Valuer General's decision not to include Central Highlands in the 25 valuation program means that those same 24 valuations will also be used as a basis for rating next financial year. Prior to the 2024 program, Council was included in the 2021 and 2018 programs, and significant movement in land values were recorded within the rural sector between the 2018 and 2021 programs, and then again between the 2021 and 24 programs. The 24 program reflected a total change of 121% in primary production land values. There were varying changes between the 2021-24 programs in the residential sector, with changes in median land values between 80% to 100% across most townships, mostly the smaller townships, except for Emerald, Rolleston, Springshaw, where no increase in value was recorded. Council provides for the cost of valuation services by the Valuer General in the annual budget and incurs the same annual charge regardless of whether we're included in the annual valuation program or not. So the recommendation is that Council receives the Valuer's decision not to include the Central Highlands Regional Council local government area in the 2025 land valuation program. Thank you, and happy to take any questions on the tabled report.
Thank you. Open to councillors for any comments or questions. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I like anything, there's trade-offs which you've actually mentioned in the report. Not being included allows that sufficient time to sort of work out the ebbs and flows of valuations, but then the trade-off is if it's an extended period, then there can be those massive increases. But just like to note that Council did do their due diligence and actually ask of the valuation department to give as much information as they could with regard to sales, and that was sort of that information coming back to Council was what we based our decision on. So thank you for doing that additional work.
Thank you, Councillor Cruz. So if there's no other comments or questions, we'll put the resolution, which is that Central Highlands Regional Council receives the Valuer General's decision received on the 23rd of August 2024 not to include the Central Highlands Regional Council local government area in the 2025 land valuation program. If there's a mover, Councillor Cypher, seconder Councillor Whiteman, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So, moving on now to item 14.1.2, councillor update. So, Capella Stores safety visit. So, handing back over to our Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, councillors, Council operates 4 stores located in Emerald, Springshaw, Capella and Duringa. Outdoor council teams like infrastructure, parks and gardens, water and workshops rely heavily on stores to use materials in asset maintenance. The stores holds inventory items such as guideposts, cement, asphalt, oil and grease products, etc. Sitting beside me is Linda Robinson. Linda has been with Council for more than 17 years. Linda started with the Peak Downs Council, and was part of the council-wide amalgamation in 2008. Linda has worked in the creditors team, has provided support to other business units, including the former council-owned Shepton Quarry. Council has gone through 3 major systems changeover during this time, with the most recent being Technology One. Linda has been through these changes, but has also provided much needed staff training during these system changeovers. At the most recent system changeover one, Linda was the subject matter expert for the supply chain and stores management. Linda likes to improve processes, and at her suggestion, a review was conducted to review Council's approach to fuel rebates. The review resulted in increased claims of fuel rebates, resulting in cost savings to Council. On the 28th of August this year, the ELT, under the leadership of the acting CEO, conducted a safety visit at the Capella depot. The store was found to be organized, cleaned, managed with high well regard, considering safety standards. The acting CEO and ELT are highly commendable of the store's management at Capella, and we want to extend our thanks on behalf of Council to Linda Robinson for her commitment, her passion, and her diligence which she brings to the role. Thank you, councillors. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And firstly, welcome, Linda. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to have this, your great work and the standard at which you keep the Capella office there. Thank you for the opportunity to be recognising your good work as well as all the team over there. So thank you. Any comments or questions from our councillors? Councillor Cypher.
Just congratulations and thank you for your great efforts. And I'd like to propose a round of applause.
Well done. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Well said. Councillor Newman.
Sorry, I probably could have got this in before, but I want to acknowledge the good work in the fuel rebate situation. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, I just wanted to say congratulations. And are you available for outside contracts? My shed at home could absolutely use your touch.
Very good. Thank you very, very much. Mr. CEO.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Linda, for coming in today. I just, after our visit, I said to the General Manager that it'd be great to have you in just to thank you for all of the work that you've done there. Councillors, I've had the good fortune to visit many council stores, and I've never seen anything like the order and preciseness and diligence for which Linda looks after the Capella stores. There is nothing comes close to this. And yes, if she's taking external work, I've got a shed at home that she can start on, no trouble at all. But absolutely first class, so professional. I was just knocked out, and it, you know, I think we should always be recognising great work when we see it. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you for coming today.
Very good. Wow. Linda, did you want to say something?
Yes. Well, through the Mayor, through the Chair, I would just like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and also to thank the acting CEO, the ELT and the safety team coming out to visit and giving me the time to allow me to show them through the store and the work that we do there and what, you know, the range of stock that we do keep within our stores. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for inviting me here today.
Good. Thank you very much, Linda. What a great privilege it is for us to be recognising you as well. So thank you very much. And just to put the recommendation now is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives a council update in relation to the store's safety visit in Capella on the 28th of August 2024. So a mover, please? Councillor Cruz, seconder, Councillor Newman. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. And please take our congratulations back to whoever works with you and supports you as well, Linda. Thank you very much. So moving on to item, well, might just wait for a bit. No, you're right. Wonderful, thank you. So we're moving on now to item 14.2 in the communities. So the item is 14.2.1, Councillor Update, Sister City Exchange Program 2024. So I hand over now to Acting General Manager Communities, Adrian Burns. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. Through the Chair, we're presenting this report today for Councillor Update, and I'd just like to add a very short intro. The Central Highlands Regional Council and Ichinoseki City Council share a long and fruitful sister-city relationship. Commencing in 1993, it has endured amalgamations on both sides, changes to committees and a global pandemic. After a 4-year hiatus due to COVID-19, the 2024 Sister City Student Exchange marked the first time in 30 years that the programme has spanned the entire Central Highlands region. Before I go any further, and there's no need for me to go any further, Mayor, I'm more than happy to hand over to Council's chaperones for the programme, Lauren Roberts, our Senior Library Officer, and Sarah Bates, our Training and Development Officer, or one of our Training and Development Officers, along with some of the exchange students who were able to be here today. Heidi Chivers, Rebecca Russell, Ellie Robbins, Lillian Botma, and Harrison Tiamo. And they're going to share some of the journey through the 2024 Sister City Exchange Programme.
Beautiful, wonderful. Thank you.
Through the Chair, chaperone applications began in September 2023 with a call for expressions of interest within Council, followed by applications, shortlisting and interviews. Lauren and I were successfully selected, and with the support and experience of previous chaperones and program coordinators, as well as fresh ideas from other newcomers, we hit the ground running. We quickly moved on to student selection, and students were required to submit a written application outlining why they were applying, their interests and grades, and subsequently attend an interview. With almost 20 applicants, it was an incredibly difficult decision to make, but the panel agreed on the 8 students you see before you on the screen, 5 of which here today. With the team in place and the June travel date fast approaching, we wasted no time to kick off our fundraising.
We started with a detailed kick-off meeting in January 2024, where the group met for the first time, discussed the proposed itinerary, reviewed our responsibilities as representatives of the region, and got to know each other.
Starting with Council's generous $1,000 donation for each student, we successfully ran over 20 fundraising events and initiatives to cover the costs of the students' trip. These included Containers for Change, sausage sizzles, and an alcohol-free paint and sip event, money boards and raffles, to name a few.
Through regular committee meetings via Teams and a Facebook Messenger chat that was always buzzing, we kept momentum and smashed our goal. With the help of Central Highlands communities and local businesses, we raised over $33,000, not to mention the amazing support from sponsors who equipped us with travel bags, backpacks, hats, and gifts for our Japanese host families.
With our trip expenses covered, we prepared other aspects of the trip, like finalising our itinerary and, most importantly, the cultural differences. We wanted to be prepared to represent our region and our country and show the appropriate courtesies and respect to our friends in Ichinoseki. Over a weekend, we gathered in Emerald for some team building activities and cultural lessons delivered by Sensei Beck Pillay from the Emerald State High School. She covered everything from food recommendations to Japanese greetings and self-introductions, and even prepared us for some potential differences in the bathrooms. We finalised our preparations with a celebration and a thank you at our farewell event, where we had the opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors and received well wishes from families and Mayor Moriarty.
On Monday, the 24th of June, we all met at the Emerald Airport for our departure. For some of us, it was our first time travelling overseas or even out of the state, and for others, it was our first time chaperoning 8 teenagers. Excited and emotional, we flew from Emerald to Brisbane in the morning, Brisbane to Sydney in the afternoon, and took an overnight flight from Sydney to Haneda, Japan. We figured out how to sleep in the plane seats, get through customs without losing anyone, navigate international airports and public transport, and generally how to move as a group.
We arrived in Haneda Airport on Tuesday morning, tired and much quieter than the day before. We got our rail passes and headed on our first train to Tokyo. After checking into our hotel, we sat down to enjoy our first meal in Japan, McDonald's.
After our late breakfast, we put our teamwork and patience to the test to find a Daiso and an underground shopping centre. During our travels in the streets of Tokyo, we stumbled upon our next Japanese must-see cultural experience, 7-Eleven. This would become one of our many snack breaks.
We ended our first day with a sunset at Tokyo Tower and a dinner at a hole-in-the-wall type restaurant. This ended up being a highlight for some of our students who took the opportunity to engage in conversations with excited locals eager to try out their English and learn about Australia. Wednesday morning, we packed up our bags and we headed straight for the train station in Ichinoseki. We caught 3 trains in our first Shinkansen, also known as the bullet train. Upon our arrival, we were greeted with warm, excited smiles and a full schedule. We stopped at the Sahara Glass House for a traditional soba lunch and then made our way to Genbike Gorge, where we tried an Ichinoseki speciality of mochi delivered by a basket from across the river. We then met Mayor Sado at the City Hall and learned more about the history of the sister city relationship and the Japanese art at the Fujisawa Cultural Centre, and finished the day with a welcome dinner, meeting our host families for the first time.
On Thursday, we packed our bags and headed to Motsuji and Chuzonji temples, where we participated in meditation under the guidance of a traditional monk and learned about the history and cultural significance of temples, including the Golden Hall, a famous gold-plated pavilion built in the 12th century. Next stop was an elementary school. Local students were thrilled to be able to have us in their classroom. We played self-intro bingo, exchanged presentations on our home countries, and they treated us to a traditional dance performance. They also helped dress us in the traditional dance costumes, where some of our notable height differences were celebrated. We ended the day at our high school, playing common sports and participating in cultural lessons with students, such as basketball, tennis, fencing, and origami. Students made meaningful connections with each other, quickly adding each other on social media and continuing to chat throughout the remainder of the trip.
We then spent our first night with our host individual families, enjoying normal Japanese dinners and bedtime routines, sharing stories and photos of our families, and figuring out how to use different showers.
Our visit was big news in Ichinoseki, and our group soon became somewhat like local celebrities. We featured on the mayor's Instagram page, local newspaper articles, and on TV in what would be considered the equivalent of Brisbane's evening news. It was amazing to be able to watch myself on TV. Here's one of our segments, which was filmed by one of the other students during her homestay. Unfortunately, the audio is very difficult to hear due to background noise, but all exciting the same.
Eventually exciting, we also had a segment in our local evening news on Channel 7 upon our return.
8 Central Highlands high school students are overseas on a journey to Japan as part of a council sister city exchange program. Since 1991, more than 500 students have joined the exchange, celebrating cultural diversity and friendship.
I'm only kidding.
Mayor Janice Moriarty praised the initiative at the students' farewell, highlighting the community's support in raising $32,000 for the trip. 8 Central Highlands.
Continuing with our travels around Ichinoseki, Friday we visited the Ichinoseki All Abilities Friendship Park donated by the Central Highlands Regional Council in 2015. We also visited Gabike Gorge, where we participated in local traditions like throwing stones to make a wish, and were treated to a boat song serenade by our tour guide. We ended the day by making traditional Japanese sweets, wagashi, and indigo tie-dye scarves.
After days filled with the sights of Ichinoseki, it was the weekend, and there were no plans for us except those that our families had for us. We went our separate ways and were so fortunate to be provided the opportunity to spend time Saturday and Sunday with our individual host families, enjoying the activities they found special and wanted to share with us. For some, this meant eating sushi and attending musical instrument recitals to watch their host siblings. For others, it meant slowing down for ice cream at the Ark Farm Lavender Farm or heading to local Japanese gardens to photograph flowers. But for everyone, this time with our host families was a highlight. To have someone invite you into their home and treat you like family, it was more meaningful than anything you can imagine, and something our students will treasure forever.
However, our time in Ichinoseki had to come to an end, and on Sunday afternoon, the 7th day of our trip, we all packed our bags and headed to the hotel for our final night in Ichinoseki. But not before putting on a show at our farewell event. We were treated to a final dinner with our host families, where we performed our Australia presentation to the group and closed the night with a nutbush dance tutorial demonstration and the haka by one of our students. It was amazing to see the difference from our welcome dinner on our arrival to Ichinoseki to now. The room was loud with laughter and some tears, saying goodbye for now, but knowing that this was just the beginning of these friendships.
Monday morning, we rose bright and early and travelled by train to Osaka. We spent majority of the day between trains, catching up on sleep and preparing for the final days. And we spent the evening doing karaoke and making plans to open up a karaoke bar in Emerald.
Tuesday was another big day on trains and buses, travelling from Osaka to Hiroshima, which took about 3 hours each way. We visited the A-Dome and Peace Museum, which was an experience unlike anything we could have ever experienced in Australia. We spent an hour walking through and listening to the lives of victims of the atomic bomb in 1945. It was a very quiet train ride home.
Wednesday was our final day of activities in Japan, and we were going out with a bang. At Universal Studios in Osaka, we spent the day on rides, buying souvenirs and eating all the treats we could find.
With a little bit of sunburn and a sugar high and borderline exhaustion, we finished the day at Universal and headed back to our rooms for our final night in Japan. Some of us had an early night, but others took advantage of the last opportunity to have some conveyed 7-Eleven snacks and street food. Come Thursday morning, we packed our bags for the final time and made our way to the airport. With a pit stop in Shibuya to wrestle the bag lockers and walk the infamous Shibuya crossing, we soon found ourselves at Narita Airport having our last family dinner and settling back in for the flight to Brisbane.
On Friday the 5th of July, almost 2 weeks later, our now seasoned travellers arrived back on home soil in Brisbane. Exhausted and smelly, everyone quickly perked up for a trip to DFO before the adrenaline really kicked in for our last flight from Brisbane to Emerald. We landed safely, and while we were keen to get back to our own beds, we were sad to have the experience come to an end. As chaperones, we almost feel like proud parents, having seen our students grow, work together through challenges, and make connections that we're sure will last a lifetime.
As students, we experience the trip of a lifetime, and there are too many highs to name. Just some include experiencing living day-to-day life with a Japanese family, being included in rituals and traditions, and creating lifelong friendships with our Japanese host families and students. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors, council staff, and the council for their incredible generosity and support. Your contribution of $1,000 per student, along with covering the cost of the chaperones, has been pivotal. Without your unwavering commitment, the Sister City program would not be possible. Your investment in this initiative not only helps in making this program a reality, but also enriches the experiences and opportunities available to our students. Thank you for making a difference and for helping to foster international connections and understanding.
I want to give a huge shout out to our amazing sponsors because none of this would be possible without them. We've had incredible support from the people in the Central Highlands, local businesses and families, and we're massively grateful. Some sponsors help with money, which covers all the essential stuff and keeps everything running smoothly, but we also got some awesome donations from sponsors like group t-shirts, homestay gifts and presents for our friends in Ichinoseki. These cool extras really made our trip special and strengthened our connection with them. Both types of support are super important, and together we really made a difference for the Sister City Program 2024.
On the screen you'll see a list of 60 sponsors. We couldn't have reached the milestone without their generous contributions, including donations for raffles, events, prizes, venues and financial support.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much for that presentation. And I think Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Newman we were there when we said your farewell, well, particularly at the night at the Mayfair. So I was very pleased to not only we were able to capture some information and share with you, but I also remember on the night we agreed that we were very proud of you also, and we knew that you were going to be amazing young ambassadors for our region and our country. So thank you very much. It's so awesome to have you. I'll open it up to other councillors for some comments, but thank you very much, and I'm so glad that you were able to share some of those wonderful highlights with us. So just open it up to any of our councillors or for any comments or questions.
I'd just like to say I'm so proud of you guys, and I'd just like to mention, like, Ellie was one of my students back when she was in grade 8 many years ago, and she was my favourite student. Sort of. That's what she made me say that. But she was a very good student, and she did ask me to endorse her for her trip, and I couldn't think of a more deserving person to endorse on the trip. And it's lovely to see Rebecca and Harrison, and I don't know if I've taught you two, but I know I've taught the other two. So so lovely to see you guys, and that you got a lot out of this trip, and obviously had a great lot of fun on the tour there.
Thank you. And I know that there was some students from the Blackwater High School and Emerald State High School. Not sure if there was any other. Capella State High School as well. So yeah, I think the number and representation of students from across the region has certainly grown over the years. So thank you very much. And I must admit that we were also very privileged after you did your exchange to obviously have the exchange students come over from Japan. So I think Councillor Wilkins, Hindmarsh, Donaldson, myself were there to also participate and with those students when they came over in early August. And I think they went home just as exhausted as you guys probably left Japan as well. And then we were very privileged to have Mayor Sato. It was great seeing him in the photos there, and Chairman Katsura, I think it was, as well as some staff also come over, and we were very honoured that they came over to demonstrate from Ichinoseki Council how highly they regard this exchange and this sister city relationship. I know when we were notified that they were coming over, I was very, very honoured, along with our councillors, that they agreed to make this significant trip over to re-sign the sister city agreement, and at the 30-year. And to acknowledge the 30 years that sister city arrangement has been going. And from my understanding, I think it may be one of the longest running sister city arrangements that Australia still has going with another country. So thank you very much. We greatly appreciate you being here, and thank you for acknowledging all your sponsors as well, all your hard work raising your funds, and acknowledgement of council. Thank you to our two amazing chaperones, because we know without our chaperones this can't happen as well. So thank you to our amazing students, and thank you very much for coming along. So congratulations, well done. So to come back to procedure, I guess, is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to the Sister City Exchange Program 2024. If I have a mover, please. Councillor Newman, seconder Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to just checking that, moving on to item 14.3 for commercial and corporate services, 14.3.1. There's nil reports, and the next item is 14.4 or 14 for infrastructure and utilities, and to item 14.4.1, the councillor update Mulcahy's Road project. So handing over to our General Manager for Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the report today is an update on Mulcahy's Road project. So in 2018, Centos invested over $400 million in the Acadia Gas project located in the Central Highlands. This extensive project included drilling 137 new wells and establishing 140 kilometres of gas and water gathering network. Additionally, it involved construction of 2 4G communication towers in the region. Santos has had a long-standing presence in Acadia Valley for natural gas production, and in addition to their operations in Acadia Valley, they have facilities in Roma and frequently transport staff and equipment between these locations. Mulcahy's Road provides a critical link between Acadia Valley and the Carnarvon Highway. Due to the vehicle restrictions on the Lonesome Range on Acadia Valley Road, Mulcahy's Road serves as an essential route for this operation. Council officers have been, since 2018, holding regular meetings with Santos to review and refine the service level agreements we have in place that govern our partnership. During these discussions, it became clear that the 10 kilometres of unsealed gravel road on Mulcahy's Road was a critical barrier or a significant barrier to the safe operations and efficiency of the road network in that area. This promoted a coordinated effort to address the issues. To fund the project, the 10 kilometres of road that's been sealed over the last couple of years has been a collaborative effort between council funds, Santos, Roads to Recovery Program and the Transport Infrastructure Delivery Scheme funding as well. The journey to complete the road has spanned several years, and throughout this period we've battled severe flooding situations and extreme drought situations over those years, but all contributing to difficulties in delivery. Despite this, the obstacles, the presence and collaborative efforts between all stakeholders, including the community within the Acadia Valley, has proven the success of the project. The completion of this vital infrastructure not only enhances Santos operational capacity within the region, but provides a long-standing benefit to the broader community by improving the overall quality and accessibility of the road network. By the end of September, within the next few days, the road will be fully sealed and operational and accessible by both Santos and the public. This marks a significant milestone for the project timeline and the completion of that section of road. The new road will be expected to be also greatly benefit the local community. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Good. Thank you very much. Over to Councillor Wilkins.
Geez, you'd think I'm interested in roads, don't you? Commenting a lot today. Okay, so did this sort of upgrading include the section where it goes onto the Carnarvon Highway, I think it is, where there's a grill there or something?
Yeah, through the
where
chair.
it narrows?
Through the chair. So there was a 10-kilometre section of unsealed road which was sealed through this joint number of projects. There was also some curve widening over crests. So there was some narrow sections of road over crests that were widened through the funding.
But not that end bit where it actually turns onto Carnarvon Highway or turns...
The intersection itself hasn't been changed under this project.
Okay, because that seems to be a little bit of a dangerous section there as well, because it's quite narrow and...
through the chair, look, the culverts have been raised at a number of community consults around the width of the culverts. I wouldn't say it's unsafe. There could be efficiency improvements, which we were working on designing at the moment for future funding.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Oh no, just I'm just referring just to the intersection, not the other.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. Yeah, so referring to the same culvert
okay,
and grid that you're referring to.
grid,
Yeah, so
yeah,
it is something that Council's working on in terms of a future project potentially.
Councillor.
Yeah.
Councillor Newman.
Through the chair, I was just going to reiterate that had come up as a community concern at the Arcadia Valley Community Reference Group, and it was that grid section onto the Carnarvon Highway. I think it was just in reference, as it's a sort of a turning corner, and the accessibility of the trucks and heavy vehicles going onto that section. So I'm glad that that's in future design works. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. If there's no other comments or questions, Councillor Newman.
And I didn't finish, but I did drive over the new works and it's looking fantastic. So thank you.
Well done. That's awesome. Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Yeah, through the chair, just wanted to comment on what a great improvement it is, and also I guess thank all of the people and all of our staff working down there to make it all happen. So much appreciated.
Very good. Thank you very much. And just a couple of comments probably is that I know we've got before photo and an after photo, but there's probably a pre-before a photo from all the many years I've been travelling down there as well. But yeah, congratulations and a huge thank you also to as you quite rightly acknowledge, Santos there as well, because I know over the many, many years they've also been continually coming to our community reference groups as well, and meeting with our staff and especially to be building those relationships. So, yeah, no, it's come a long way in all those years, but thank you very much. So just to now, sorry, Mr. Acting CEO.
Yes, sorry, councillors. Just to let you know that we've flown a drone over that finished product. We'll be putting that footage up on Facebook, I understand. So as part of a post to let the community know about the good work that's going on there. So we've got some good footage, I'm told. So I haven't seen it myself, but I understand it exists. And I think we're going to be using that on Facebook to let the community know. So I think that's great.
Yep. Oh, awesome. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. So just to put the motion there, or the recommendation that Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to Mulcahy's Road. If there's a mover, Councillor Cruz, seconder, Councillor Wilkins, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you. So moving to item 14.5, people, safety and legal. The agenda item is 14.5.1, Councillor Update, Are You OK Day 2024. So I hand over to the Manager for Legal and Property, Rhys Dennison. Thank you, Rhys.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Through you, the Chair. Councillors, the people and safety teams within the People, Safety and Legal Directorate are predominantly internal-facing teams in that they help our staff, our people, in numerous ways, including by taking steps to best ensure our people's well-being. And I'm a firm believer, councillors, that by looking after our people's well-being, it's not just they or council, but the whole community that benefits, because all of the fantastic projects and initiatives that my colleagues have just spoken about are only made possible by our engaged and empowered people. And that's why I'm very proud to report that our people and safety teams have helped the entire organisation, all of our people, celebrate Are You OK Day on the 12th of September. Now, as we all know, Are You OK Day serves as a reminder that we might all require additional support at times, and it's perfectly fine and acceptable to seek that assistance. And this year at Council, our people and safety teams ensured all of our people had access to information about mental health and well-being, be it at breakfast barbecues with our workshop staff and our parks and gardens depots and infrastructure crews, at morning teas for our office staff, and then at lunchtime gatherings for everybody to give them further opportunities for interaction and discussion about this fundamentally important issue. And feedback from people attending the Are You OK breakfast barbecues is that events like that are needed to create opportunities for dialogue, enhance morale and strengthen team unity. I must say as well, there was other feedback from people attending those barbecues that Anna Douglas from the infrastructure team cooks a mean snag on bread. So thank you very much, I think, to Anna. Thank you to all of our people. Thank you to Tanya Lowe and the people and safety team for making these events happen. I hope you'll all agree with me, councillors, that events like this aren't just token gestures that we should be doing once a year. The well-being, unity and culture of our people is something that the people and safety team dedicates themselves to daily. We only need to think back as far as yesterday to the fantastic staff awards, another showcase, I think, of our people's unity and what I think is an ever-improving culture here at Council, being championed by the people and safety team. So thank you again to Tanya, the people and safety team, for organising those events, to our people, not just for attending, but for everything that they do. I know from first-hand experience that people and safety teams hope that in some small way, what they do helps our people do all the great things that they do for our community. So happy to field any questions or comments or queries you might have on that, councillors.
Good. Oh, Thank you very much, Reece. Well put. Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Reece, are you okay and your team?
Every day's a good day to ask that, Councillor. I am. Thank you very much, sir, for asking.
Acting CEO.
Yeah, just very briefly, I spoke at the barbecue here at the office, and the result of that was a couple of people, staff members, have approached me since to have further conversations about some of the issues that they're going through in their lives and things like that. And if that's the only outcome, it's a great outcome, because those conversations have actually happened as a result of that barbecue and you know, me giving a short speech. And a number of conversations have occurred that I hope will be helpful. And you know, I've been able to put people in touch with services and such.
Awesome, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Newman.
Yes, I would just like to, through the chair, reiterate that the conversations and the reinforcing positive mental health is great, and it's great to open up those channels of communication. So congratulations.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think my only comments is thank you for bringing this forward to the council meeting. Again, these opportunities, this is a great opportunity to showcase to us as councillors and the community all the great initiatives that are happening at council to support staff. And I'm very happy that you mentioned the 2024 staff awards, which quite a few of us councillors attended yesterday, and congratulations to the CEO, the senior management team and the organisation, and to all those recipients of the staff awards too. So as you quite rightly say, it's all about those opportunities to improve culture and continue to improve our organisation as an employer of choice, to keep attracting people and retaining people in our organisation. So thank you very much. Just to put the motion forward, or recommendation, is that Central Highlands Council receives the councillor update in relation to the Are You OK Day 2024. Can I have a mover? Councillor Whiteman, seconder Councillor Burns. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much, Reece. So moving on to the next item area is 14.6, Chief Executive Officer, and the item number is 14.4.1, Councillor Update Citizen Ceremony 17th of September 2024.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick update for councillors about the Australian Citizenship ceremony that was held here in these chambers. That was on the 17th of September. We had, I'm just looking for the numbers here, but a good number of people who swore allegiance to our country. And, you know, I can only imagine what a huge decision it must be to swear allegiance to another country other than which you were born in. It must be an enormous thing to do. And I had I was unable to attend the ceremony itself, but I did run into some of them downstairs afterwards, and it was clearly a very big celebration for them. And it's a wonderful thing that I think local governments are able to do, is to do this on behalf of the federal government. So, and it really does change people's lives. It absolutely is a fundamental change in people's lives. So, just a quick update to let you know that citizenship ceremony has happened, and it was 16 people. I just found it in the report, and I'm sure their lives are better for being Australian citizens now.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I really appreciate that. It's lovely to have a again, this agenda item come forward just to showcase to everyone and the community some of these wonderful events that we have. I also like to say a huge thank you to Councillor Gillian Wilkins, who's been coming along helping me with these citizenship ceremonies. I think some people say to me often, you know, what do you really enjoy about being the mayor? And I know that mention there's many things, but I think that one of the most important and I guess heartwarming responsibilities is to be able to conduct these citizenship ceremonies, and it's just the most beautiful ceremony to be participate in because of exactly as the acting CEO mentioned, that it is a big life-changing decision for people to make. And we did have the 16 people, and I think there was something like 9 countries that they were all from. So thank you very much for showcasing, and congratulations to all our newest Australian citizens as well. So thank you very much. If there's any other comments or questions. Councillor Wilkins.
Just a quick comment. So I think this is the third one I've been to this year, and it seems to be increasing number in each time. I think the first one there's like 12, and now it's up to 16. And I think in January they've got at least 23 people who will be attending the citizenship ceremony. So it's a really great opportunity, and I think very much, you know, because I wasn't aware that I had citizenship. I was only 7 when I got mine, but it's, to me, you know, it's a great opportunity, and it's just great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So the recommendation there is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives a councillor update in relation to the citizenship ceremony held on the 17th of September 2024. If there's a mover, Councillor Wilkins, seconder, Councillor Burns, all in favour. Motion carried. Thank you very much. Just a little change in order of our agenda. As we previously noted, that we'll shift the item number 13 items in that section, the decision action reports for closed session, till we will break for lunch shortly, adjourn for lunch, so we'll address those items after lunch. So there was only one other item to come forward, which was a late agenda item. We thought we would bring that forward and then come back to item number 13 when we come back from lunch. So introducing now late agenda 16, late agenda item 16.1, councillor update, Scouts Queensland. So handing over to our General Manager for Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, this report is another example of the richness of opportunities on offer in our region, supported by Council to develop our youth and build wider relationships and networks. So Scouts Queensland in April this year approached Council to consider waiving landing fees in relation to an event that they hope to hold just this most recent weekend past, and Council made a resolution in August to support that event by waiving the aircraft landing fees in relation to that weekend. So since Scouts Queensland's Air Activities program was redeveloped in 2022, the Scouts Queensland Air Activities team has flown over 2,500 youth members to their events throughout Queensland. And prior to the event that we had just this weekend, Scouts Queensland had an event at our Emerald Airport in around 2019 with a very condensed program, a flight and an activity to support that weekend. So on Saturday just past, over 160 Queensland Scout youth members participated in the day from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m, travelling far away as Townsville and as close as Emerald itself to join the program. The ages of youth members on the day range from Joey Scouts as young as 5 and through to the Adventurer Scouts fit at 17 years of age. The highlight of the program was no doubtably the 10 to 15 minute flight that every participant got to partake in, and whilst they were waiting for those flights to occur, Scouts Queensland had a full program for everyone to be involved in, which ranged from learning the art of operating drones, building their own glider, taking a first flight in a simulator, as well as participating in the airport terminal tours, explaining and experiencing what happens landside and airside. So South Queensland have expressed their gratitude and asked me to pass that on to Council with regards to waiving the landing fees for the weekend, which meant that they didn't have to pass those fees or that financial burden on to the participants. And they also thanked Council for being involved in the program by hosting the tours in the terminal. So I got the privilege of hosting those tours, and whilst it was an exhausting day, it was certainly fulfilling, and it was a wonderful experience to be able to engage with our youth, both our Emerald youth as well as those from further afield, and share with them the enthusiasm that we have for our Emerald Airport, the wonderful job that the team does there, as well as what a diverse opportunity it is for a career in airports. Anything from finance to making sure that the tarmac's appropriate for a plane to land for an ARO, making sure the baggages get from A to B, and checking in and screening, security screening. There was lots of activities that they got to participate in. They got to marshal in a plane and go through the motions of how to marshal in a plane, and each partner took turns in being a pilot or the marshal. We got to go airside in the afternoon when the RPT flights had finished, so its Qantas flight had finished for the day. So they got to do that on the tarmac, on the lines with the battens, and then full kitted up for some photo opportunities to share with their family. Some of the feedback from the day was that they didn't know how much there was to that happened at airports, what careers were available. They wondered where their bags went, so they got to see them go through the X-ray machine. There was lots of excitement in telling us how much fun the tour was, so that was great. And I particularly had a wonderful conversation with a young man who's a local young man, and made a particular point of coming and sitting beside me after the tour and telling me 3 times that he really, really enjoyed the tour, and he really, really enjoyed the tour, and he really, really enjoyed the tour. So I certainly got the message, and it did make my day to have that conversation with him. And of course, the Chocky Frogs were a great reward for all of the hard work on the tarmac in the heat, marshalling those pilots in to make sure that they did as they were told. The back page of the report does have an extract. We've got some beautiful photos in there courtesy of Scouts Queensland. But there is a comment from Craig Luxton, who was the Branch Commissioner for Air Activities from Scouts Queensland. And I'll just read out what he sent through, which is: thanks to all of the Central Highlands team. You have set a new high standard for other airports to follow in terms of support and facilities. Bravo. Youth members had a blast, and that's why we do it. So I now hand over to the councillors if you have any questions or would like to make comment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Over to Councillor Newman.
And through the chair, I would just like to congratulate Carrie and the whole Emerald Airport team. The logistics of the day itself was huge, and it was a credit to both the Emerald staff at the airport and Scouts Queensland for such a professional and well-attended event. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Just exactly what Karen said, and also I'm talking to Craig Luxton. He is sort of like the coordinator from the Scouts. I've never seen a more enthusiastic man. He was very excited, and he must have told us councillors 10 times how grateful he was that the Central Highlands and Regional Council would take out their time and the support we gave him. So I think it's a very good thing for our shire here. And just looking at the kids' faces during that day, excitement. You've never seen a mob of kids so excited. So in 10 or 15 years' time, when those kids are adults, I think when they're deciding what careers to pull on when they get older, I think it gives them a bit of insight into the aviation industry, and it is a very exciting industry to be involved in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donaldson. Nothing from you, Councillor Hindmarsh?
Just reiterate what's been said. It was a great day. Highlight for me was making certain that Mayor Moriarty went for Joy Flight. And I think what Rob was saying about the organisers of from the Scouts, they were very, very grateful, and they're very keen to come back. So.
Yeah. Absolutely concur with all those comments. Absolutely, it was a wonderful day. The enthusiasm with the kids, the enthusiasm of exactly Craig and especially Adam, who was doing the flights as well. But all of the organisers, it was just so well organised. I was so impressed, and also having the drones operating with inside the big shed there. The facilities were amazing. It meant that those activities didn't have to be happening out in the sun as well. So there was heaps of opportunities, and thank you for describing them for so many aspects of aviation and the range of careers that can be that people can choose within aviation. So, hats off to Scouts for organising the day. Hats off to all of the staff at the Emerald Airport for helping organise the day and being very patient with us all. And I'm very pleased to say that I think there was some of us who got our wings. So thank you very much, Councillor Hindmarsh, for encouraging me to get my wings that day, and trying to frighten me, telling me that they warn you before they do the loops. So I nearly wasn't going to go up, but anyway, thank you all very much, and please pass on our congratulations to everyone at the airport staff as well involved. So thank you very much. So just to put the recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receives the councillor update in relation to the Scouts Queensland aviation event held on Friday the 20th of September 2024 until Sunday the 22nd of September 2024 at the Emerald Airport. If there's a mover, Councillor Donaldson, and seconder, Councillor Hindmarsh. There was hands going up there. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very, very much. So we'll break for lunch, or adjourn for lunch now, and probably return at half past 1. If that's okay. So thank you all very much. Thank you to our live streamers. We'll be returning at 1:30. Thank you. Well, welcome back, councillors, and thank you very much. We're moving now on to agenda item 13, which are decision action reports for closed session. So there's two items there. There's item 13.1, which is the commencement of sale of land to recover overdue rates and charges proceedings. And this report is confidential under under section 254J 3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the council meeting to be closed to the public to discuss. Item E, under item E, the legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. The second item is item 13.2, and is the Emerald Agricultural College decision to purchase. So this report is confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulations 2012, which permits the council meeting to be closed to the public to discuss under section G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public decision would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. We'll move into closed session, so I need a mover and seconder, please. Mover, Councillor Burns, seconder, Councillor Newman. All in favour? Councillor, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back, and we have our two reports that we've discussed through in closed session. So the first report, to put the resolution, is that the Central Highlands Regional Council issues a pre-sale warning letters to the registered owners of the below listed properties where some or all the rates or charges have been overdue for at least 3 years, and that the property owner be given 60 days to take action in relation to the outstanding amount before further action is taken in accordance with section 140 of the Local Government Regulation 2024. So that list is also included there. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wilkinson, seconded Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? All in favour, motion carried. Thank you. Our second item. So the second item is that Central Highlands Regional Council, one, in the interest of financial sustainability, decides not to proceed with the purchase of part of Lot 1 on SP 117842, the subject of negotiations with the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, and 2, authorises the Acting Chief Executive Officer to communicate the decision to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. Can I have a mover, please? Mover, Councillor Newman, seconder, Councillor Hindmarsh. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much, councillors. So we're getting back to our regular items on here. So we come back to item 17, which is notice of motion. So there's nil. Then we move into general business. So do any of the councillors have any general business? Thank you. I think quite often we'll mention some of our good news activities too in general business, but we had quite a few of those on the agenda today. So thank you. We'll move on to item number 19, community acknowledgements. If anybody has something for our community acknowledgements, Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I just wanted to acknowledge the passing of Percy Hornery and extend on behalf of council our sort of deeper sympathies to his family and acknowledge his contribution not only to the Central Highlands, his community, but also the industries in which he was so heavily involved with.
Well put. Thank you very much, Councillor Cruz. And I think we all can concur with you there. Thank you very much. Moving to item number 20, which is closure of our meeting. So I'd like to declare that our meeting is, or confirm that our meeting is closed as of 2:13 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you.